Chapter 9:10. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 9:10. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:10. Secmaster of the Universal Music Academy, after accepting Patriarch Gu's treasures, Yuan took a peek into one of them randomly, and to his surprise, the treasures in this specific spatial ring were all protected by the Gu family's destiny seal. The last Gu family only placed destiny seals on their most valuable treasures. Does this mean that Patriarch Gu also carries around his family's heritage? What luck! Yuan laughed inwardly after realizing this fact. Indeed, just like the Patriarch Gu of the lower heavens, the Patriarch Gu of this world also carries around his family's more valuable treasures, as he believed that it would be safer on him. After all, who would be dumb and bold enough to rob the Patriarch of one of 7 legacy families? Not even a madman would dare do something this bold. After putting away the treasures he'd just acquired from Patriarch Gu, Yuan spoke in a calm voice. I have one more thing for you before I leave. How did you find out that I would be heading to the stairway to heaven? Who told you? The sect master of the Universal Music Academy, Sun Hao. He was the one who gave me the information. I figured it would be him. Yuan shook his head and sighed. He then narrowed his eyes at Patriarch Gu. I was planning on crippling your cultivation base, but since I'd already killed so many experts in your Gu family, I will spare you from this fate. Thank you for your mercy. Patriarch Gu lowered his head. Although he was unaware, Patriarch Gu's cultivation had already suffered irreparable damage because of the intense fear and stress that he'd just experienced. It may take a few days, maybe even a few months, but his cultivation will eventually collapse on itself. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang removed the firewall around Meishio and the others. Let's go, Yuan said to them, and they continued their journey to the stairway to heaven. The ladies had countless questions for Yuan, but none of them had the courage to ask him, and they preferred to wait until Yuan decided to tell them, so they all remained silent for the rest of their journey. Young master's killing intent just now. It's not something that can be achieved even if he killed people every day from the day he was born. It requires hundreds, if not thousands of years to cultivate, not to mention the amount of people he needed to kill to acquire such killing intent. What do you think, Xiaohua? Do you have any idea about it? You've been with him the longest, right? Feng Yuxiang tried to speak with Xiaohua and Lan Yingying through spiritual sense, but Xiaohua was not in the mood to chit-chat. I don't know. Stop bothering Xiaohua, Phoenix. Feng Yuxiang shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Do you think it has something to do with his past lives? I have been wondering about this for a while, but when Yuan mentioned his past lives memories, it sounded like he was talking about memories of more than just one person. Lan Yingying speculated. You think the young master has more than just the divine paragon's memories? Is that even possible? Having memories of 2 lives. That's ridiculously heaven-defying if it's real, Feng Yuxiang said. Well, this Yuan that we're talking about, Lan Yingying said. You're right. The young master is always like this, Feng Yuxiang sighed inwardly. Sometime later, they arrived at the stairway to heaven. You guys can log off first. I'll climb the stairway to heaven when I return from you, Ro's birthday surprise. Yuan said after putting them down. What about you? What are you going to do now? Chu Liuxiang asked him. Yuan smiled and said, I have some unfinished business that needs to be taken care of. They had a feeling that Yuan was going to do something dangerous and crazy. Yuan, stay safe, okay? Meishio said to him after a moment of silence. Of course. Yuan nodded. I'll be done before dinner. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. After Meishio, Chu Liuxiang, and Li Jinsi logged off the game, Yuan lifted his head and stared at the blue sky in a dazed manner. I warned them that if they try to hurt my friends again, that I'd return and claim their lives. Sectmaster's son, do you really think I'm a pushover? I have given you enough chances now. If I don't kill you now, who knows what you'll do once you find out about Wang Ming and the others. Feng, do you know the location of a Universal Music Academy? That way. She immediately pointed west. Let's go. 4 hours later, Yuan arrived at the Universal Music Academy. Sun Hao, again and again you've pushed my limit. Do you really think that I won't kill you because of your status? Get out here and accept your punishment." Yuan's voice echoed throughout the Universal Music Academy. A few moments later, hundreds of figures could be seen flying towards him, but Sun Hao was nowhere to be seen. "Who the hell are you? How dare you speak of the sect master's name in such a disrespectful tone? You're courting death. Do you even realize where you are, brat?" The disciples of the Universal Music Academy cursed at him. Eventually, someone there recognized Yuan's face and shouted, "Wait, that's the bastard that severed one of the sect master's arms." "What? Shit, it's really him. Ha ha, one idiot to come to our sect. I have been dreaming of avenging the sect master. To think I get the chance so soon. Today is really my lucky day. Everyone, we're going to offer this bastard's head to the sect master when he returns. Yeah, kill this bastard." These disciples were all between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit Lord, and they all started taking out their instruments. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed. What a pain in the ass. He came here with the intention to take only one life, their sect master's life, but at this rate he'll have to kill hundreds of people before he could even reach Sun Hao. Chapter 911, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 911. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 911. Confronting the sect masters again, the disciples of the Universal Music Academy quickly surrounded Yuan after realizing his true identity. Yuan sighed out loud. "I have already seen enough blood today, so I would prefer it if we can settle this peacefully. I'm only here for your sect master. Tell me where he is, and I will leave you all alone." However, the disciples merely laughed at him. Yuan sighed again. "I guess we'll have to do this the hard way." He lifted his hand until it was around his neck before he slowly pressed his palm towards the ground. An unfathomable pressure suddenly enveloped the area, causing all of the disciples there to fall from the sky and slamming into the ground. Heavenly domain. The disciples tried to get up afterward, but it felt like there was a real mountain on their back, forcing them to continue kissing the ground with their faces. "This is your last chance to tell me where your sect master is. If I do not have an answer within the next 3 seconds, I will kill everyone here by turning your bodies into meat paste." The disciples' faces immediately paled after hearing Yuan's words, and they did not doubt his words for a moment. 1. The sect master is currently at the Spirit Healing Academy. More than one person there answered a second into Yuan's threat. Spirit Healing Academy? What's he doing there? He's trying to heal his severed arm. The other sect masters are also there for some sort of meeting. That's all I know. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. Yuan released the disciples from the heavenly domain and disappeared from their sight before they could even get back to their feet. Spirit Healing Academy. That's where Wang Xiaoying is currently studying medicine. Let's give her a visit after I deal with Sun Hao. Yuan thought to himself as she sped towards the Spirit Healing Academy. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Healing Academy, all 7 sect masters of the 7 Spirit Academies gathered in a meeting room. I can't believe it. You'd actually managed to reattach Sect Master Sun's severed arm, Sect Master Xiaohou. Sect Master Li spoke in an admiring voice. Sect Master Xiaohou shook her head and said, "I was only able to do it because his arm was cleanly severed, and I was able to treat it just in time. If we'd waited even a few more hours, it would have been impossible to reattach it. With that being said, it will take many years of therapy before Sect Master Sun can use that arm properly. Even so, I'm really thankful for your efforts, Sect Master Xiaohou. I'll definitely repay this debt in the future." Sun Hao said to her with a wide smile on his face. "Anyways, let's get on with today's topic," Sect Master Li said. And he continued, "As you all have probably heard by now, the Gu family have assembled over 1,000 cultivators and stationed themselves around the stairway to heaven. I have already asked them for their reason for such actions. They told me that they were trying to capture a bandit who stole from their family without giving me any more information. What do you guys think? Who would believe such bullshit? Nobody assembles 1,000 experts for a mere bandit, much less the Gu family, one of 7 legacy families." Bianju sneered. "I don't believe it either." The others expressed the same sentiment. Sun Hao, however, remained silent about the issue. But if he's not there for a bandit, who? Or what is he there for? Do you think the Goof family could have found a treasure? They would have done something less conspicuous if they were going after a treasure. The sect masters would spend many minutes discussing the issue. Visit Readel me for extra chapters. Because they were dealing with one of the 7 legacy families, they had to be careful. What do you think, sect master son? You have been awfully quiet this entire time, which isn't common. If you know anything about the situation, I'm not saying anything because I don't know anything. Sun Hao shook his head, and he continued. Furthermore, whatever the legacy families are doing is none of our business. That's not true. Although the 7 legacy families may have more authority and status than us in general, we cannot just sit still while they could be preparing for war. Sect Master Xiao said. War? Who would dare go to war with the Goof family? Some idiot had probably offended them to the extent where they must use such force. The 1,000 experts they had assembled are most likely just for show. Sun Hao snorted. Sect Masterly narrowed his eyes at Sun Hao. He could tell that something was off about Sun Hao, but he couldn't pinpoint that something. Suddenly, all of the sect masters there turned to look at the window. What's this overwhelming presence that's approaching our direction? Sect Master Xiao exclaimed. Stay alert and prepare for battle, everyone. Sect Masterly shouted. A few seconds later, they could see a figure flying towards them. Wait a second. That's... Bianju's eyes widened with surprise when he could finally see the face of this individual. What's that bastard doing here? Sun Hao exclaimed in a shocked voice. Why is he here? What happened to the Goof family? He should have encountered them by now. He cried inwardly. Yuan entered the meeting room a few moments later through one of the open windows. What do you want? I thought our business had already ended. Sect Masterly asked with a profound frown on his face. Yes, that was the case. However, one of you decided to push their luck and broke our agreement. Yuan said in a cold voice. I warned you. If any of you tries to harm me or my friends again, I would return and claim your lives. What? Are you claiming that we tried to hurt your friends after what happened? That's outrageous. Sect Masterly exclaimed. That's right. Where's your proof? Sun Hao shouted. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Sun Hao, who immediately swallowed nervously. Does he know that I had sold him to the Gu family? No, that's impossible. Patriarch, Gu wouldn't sell me out like that. Not to this bastard. He cried inwardly. Chapter 912. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 912. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 912. Sect Master Son. How dare you barge in here and accuse us of such bullshit without any proof? Do you really think you're unstoppable? Sun Hao pointed his finger at Yuan and shouted so loud that his saliva sprayed. Yuan casually dodged the saliva and said, Proof? Huh? That might be a bit difficult. See, I knew it. This guy is just messing with us. Sun Hao exclaimed. Sect Masterly then said, The 7 of us haven't even gone anywhere near you or your friends. So where did you get the idea that we'd try to harm them? I admire your strength, but you've gone too far. Unless you have proof, nobody here will believe you. Bianju sighed. Yuan smiled and said, I never said I don't have proof. I just said that it would be a bit difficult. What? You have proof? They looked at him with wide eyes. Of course. Do you know the Gu family? Yuan then asked, What does the Gu family have to do with this? Sun Hao immediately said, They're one of 7 legacy families. They're not even related to us. Sect Masterly said, You see, the Gu family in the lower heavens had tried to harm my friends, so I taught them a little lesson. They didn't like that, so they asked for the Gu family in this world to avenge them. What? Don't tell me that you're the reason the Gu family dispatched over 1,000 experts. Sect Master Xiao mumbled out loud. Yes, and they had set a perimeter around the stairway to heaven with the intention to ambush me. However, I have never told the Gu family about going to the stairway to heaven, so how did they know that I was going to be there? What a coincidence that I told you guys about my plans to challenge the stairway to heaven, and the Goof family found out about it shortly afterward. Don't you all agree? Why is it your so-called proof? That's just pure speculation. Sunhow shouted. Sectmaster Sun is right. That is not concrete proof. What if they found out about it from another source? Binju said. That's not possible. Yuan shook his head. And why do you say that? Sectmasterly asked. Because Patriarch Gu personally told me about the culprit. Yuan said with a cold smile on his face as he narrowed his gaze on Sunhow. Seeing Yuan's cold gaze, Sunhow immediately began sweating profusely. Impossible. There's no way that Patriarch Gu would sell me out. He's bluffing. He cried inwardly. And who's the culprit? Sectmasterly asked. The one who's been the loudest since my arrival. Yuan replied. Everybody there turned to look at Sun Hao, who was soaked in cold sweat as of this moment. Sectmaster Sun, please tell me that you didn't. Sectmaster Xiaoho swallowed nervously. Out of everyone there, Sun Hao had the most hatred for Yuan, and the other sectmasters were aware of this, even though nobody told them. That's outrageous. This is a setup. Why would Patriarch Gu even tell you such information? That's suspicious, no matter how you look at it. He had no choice. Yuan calmly responded, and he continued after releasing some killing intent. After all, I killed 10 of his spirit lords and crippled his little army. You what? Everybody there took a step back after hearing Yuan's words. Are you insane? You dare attack a legacy family? Sun Hao was on the verge of pissing his pants after feeling Yuan's killing intent and hearing about what he did to the Gu family. They were the ones who threatened to harm my friends first. Did you think I would let them do that just because they're one of 7 legacy families? Yuan scoffed. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. And this is mostly your fault, Sun Hao. If you hadn't told the Gu family about my plans, they wouldn't know where to find me, and I would have left this world without ever meeting them. In other words, I wouldn't have needed to harm them. Sun Hao suddenly started laughing in a chilling manner. You're doomed. You're fucking dead. No matter who's at fault here, it doesn't change the fact that you'd attacked the Gu family. Once the other legacy families hear of this, they will also hunt you down. Even if you kill me here today, you're still a dead man. I don't think that will happen. After all, the Gu family admitted that they were in the wrong and that they won't pursue the matter any further. Yuan said, What? Impossible. Sun Hao nearly choked after hearing such information. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. You'll be dead very soon, anyway. Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord the next second and pointed it at Sun Hao. Wait, why don't we all calm down and talk about this? Sectmasterly stepped forward and said in a nervous voice. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Sectmasterly. Talk? We had our talk the last time. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Sectmasterly sighed. Even if Sectmaster Sun had given information to the Gu family, he didn't directly harm you or your friends. It was the Gu family that made such a decision. So he did nothing wrong, even though he helped someone harm me. Huh? As if I die. You little bastard. In the middle of Yuan's sentence, Sun Hao suddenly retrieved a long black needle and plunged it at Yuan. The other sect masters were shocked and couldn't react in time. Ding! However, the needle suddenly stopped in front of Yuan's chest, and no matter how much force Sun Hao put into it, the needle wouldn't move forward. What's going on? This is a divine-grade treasure. Sun Hao was left confused by the result. Yuan looked at Sun Hao with an indifferent expression on his face and said, Treasures below ancient grade won't penetrate my invisible dragon cloak's defenses, especially if it's a physical attack. Now die. Right as Yuan prepared to slice Sun Hao with his sword, a voice resounded in his head. Allow me to get rid of this trash for you, young master. A small flame suddenly shot out of Yuan's body and attached itself on his Sun Hao's body before it quickly erupted into a massive fire, turning Sun Hao into a burnt corpse within seconds. Foam? Why did you? Yuan looked at Sun Hao's burnt corpse with wide eyes. Chapter 9:13. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 9:13 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:13. Black Anguish Needle. Yuan stared at Sun Hao's burnt corpse with a look of disbelief and surprise. This is the first time one of his servants has killed a cultivator. Feng Feng, why did you kill him? Yuan asked her. Feng Yuxiang appeared before him with her head lowered. Young master, I apologize for acting on my own, but there isn't any need for you to dirty your hands with these lowlifes. If you wish to kill somebody, please allow me to do it for you. Furthermore, young master, you don't like killing other humans, right? Since I occupy the space in your heart, I know your emotions better than anyone here. Every time you kill someone, your heart clenches slightly. However, no matter my reasoning, I have acted without your approval. Please punish me as you see fit, young master. The sect masters in a room turned their focus from Sun Hao's corpse to Feng Yuxiang. Who is this beauty? Where did she come from? This pressure. She's a spirit king, and a high-level one as well. Did she just come out of his body? They all wondered. Yuan rubbed his temples and sighed after a moment of silence. Feng Feng, if I order you to kill someone, how is that any different from killing them myself? I'm still the reason they died. And I won't punish you. I was going to kill him, anyway. I just wanted to know your reason for killing him. That's all. Thank you, Feng Feng, for worrying about me. You're right. I don't like killing others, but there are times when you must act, even if doing so will make you feel uncomfortable. If I don't do it, I won't be able to protect those valuable to me. People like you, Feng Feng. Also, if I had to choose between dirtying my precious friends in blood or my own hands, I will gladly choose the latter. Young master. Feng Yuxiang's face flushed with redness when she saw the gentle smile on Yuan's face. Yuan turned to look at Sect Masterly a moment later and spoke in a calm voice. Sun Hao just tried to harm me. You all saw that, right? They all nodded in silence. Then you should have no qualms about me killing him. Do you have anything else to say? Sect Masterly walked back to his chair and sat down in an exhausted manner. He took a deep breath and sighed. I'm sorry. I should have spoken to him right after that incident. None of this would have happened if I had spoken with him. Don't blame yourself. People like him won't change so quickly after a single conversation. Yuan shook his head. Why are you still here? You've already accomplished your goal, right? Just leave already. Bainju said to him. Actually, I still have some business here. Yuan said. What? What else do you want from us? Not from you. Yuan then turned to look at Sect Master Xiaohou and said, You're the Sect Master of the Spirit Healing Academy, right? Why, yes. I am, she nodded nervously. Then do you know of a disciple by the name of Wang Xiaoying? Wang Xiaoying? She raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Seeing her reaction, Yuan realized something. Oh, right. She's known as Healer Wang in this world. I misspoke. Her name is Healer Wang. Yuan corrected himself. Healer Wang? Why are you looking for her? Sect Master Xiaohou swallowed nervously. She's a friend of mine. Since I'm already in her sect, I might as well give her a visit. I also made a promise to see her again when I ascended to spirit heaven. You're her friend? Why am I not surprised? Sect Master Xiaohou sighed. Of course he's friends with Healer Wang. It's like he has a connection with all top geniuses in this world. She sighed again inwardly. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Healer Wang is my disciple. I will show you to her residence. Follow me. She then turned to look at Sect Master Li and continued. I will be back soon. It's okay. I was going to stop the meeting even if you didn't say anything. I have to visit the Universal Music Academy now that their position of Sect Master is vacant. Let's continue the meeting another day. Sect Masterly sighed. Then I will wait for your contact. Bainju said. Meanwhile, Yuan went to pick up the black needle left behind by Sun Hao. I'll be taking this with me. I hope you don't mind. Yuan said to them, Do whatever you want. None of them wanted to offend him even for a divine grade treasure. Black anguish needle. Grade. Divine. Quality. Peak. Physical strength required, 70,000. Mental strength required, 150,000. Description. A needle that contains the deadly poison black anguish that will torture its victim with a slow and painful death, rotting them from inside out. What a nasty treasure. Yuan thought to himself after seeing its description. Sometime later, Yuan followed Sect Master Xiahou to another location in the sect. "How's Healer Wang doing in the sect?" Yuan asked her as they traveled. "Don't worry, she's not being bullied by anyone. If that's what you're wondering," she responded. Yuan chuckled. "No, I just want to know her situation." The sect master glanced at him with a pondering face before speaking. "Healer Wang is one of the most talented disciples we've had in this sect since its founding. She was a rough diamond waiting to be discovered when she first came here. Once we realized her talent, I immediately took her in as my disciple and taught her everything I knew about medicine and alchemy. That cheeky brat, she just absorbs all of my knowledge like a huge sponge." "Oh, she's actually that talented?" Yuan was surprised to hear this, since he doesn't know much about Wang Xiuying besides the fact that she sometimes assists her grandfather, Dr. Wang, at his hospital. However, it was definitely a welcome surprise. "We're here." They landed on a spacious hill where all sorts of plants and herbs could be seen growing at the bottom. On the top of this hill was a large building and a backyard with even more plants, and they seemed more valuable than the ones at the bottom of the hill. "This is Healer Wang's residence. You can leave whenever. I won't be seeing you out." Sect Master Xiahou left him alone afterward. Chapter 914. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 914. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 914. Revealing his secret, Yuan went to knock on the door after Sect Master Xiahou left him alone. After waiting for a whole minute without any response, Yuan knocked again. "Is she not online right now? It is a little late. I guess I'll come back tomorrow morning." Yuan logged off after not getting any response for a second time. When he returned to his own world, Yuan could immediately sense two presents beside him. "What's the matter, you two?" Yuan asked Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, who were staring at him like he'd been hospitalized for a long time. "We should be asking you that, Yuan. Did something happen to you? You could talk to us, you know. We'll always be here to listen to you, no matter what it's about." Chu Liuxiang said to him. "We've been worried about you, Yuan." Meishio added, "Ah, is this about what happened today?" Yuan sighed with a bittersweet smile. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. "All right, I will tell you the truth. You deserve to know the truth, especially if we're going to be spending the rest of our lives together. However, I must warn you, what I am about to tell you is going to sound absolutely ridiculous and crazy. This is why I've been delaying this moment. I'm afraid that it might affect our relationship with each other." The two of them swallowed nervously, anxiously waiting for Yuan to reveal to them his secret. "Once again, this is going to sound crazy, but I actually have memories of my past lives," Yuan said. "Huh?" The both of them muttered at the same time. "I have memories of my past lives," Yuan repeated. "W8? Past lives? Are you talking about reincarnation?" Chu Yoxiang asked for clarification. "Yes. I told you guys before that. The 9 heavens truly exist somewhere in this universe, right? I know this because I used to live there in the past." Tianqinyu. He was known as the Divine Paragon, Bane of Demons, and he was responsible for creating the Demon Sealing Clan and most demon sealing techniques out there. "I was once Tianqinyu," Yuan said in a calm voice. His partners silently glared at him with wide eyes, seemingly having trouble digesting such information. After a long moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang spoke in a low voice, almost as though she had a revelation. "That explains why you're able to defeat demons with such ease and why you seem more mature as of lately. When did you start recalling these memories?" Meishio then asked. "Shortly after I regained my ability to move, I guess," Yuan said. "Ah, but you don't have to worry about my past lives changing me too much. I am still Yuan at the end of the day, and that won't change. However, I will be lying if I say that it's not taking a toll on me. I have only lived 18 years in this life, but in my previous life, I have lived thousands if not millions of years. Although I've only recovered about 1,000 years of memories, that is still a lot for someone like me." Chu Liuxiang suddenly spread her arms and hugged Yuan, even pressing his head against her soft chest. "You must have endured a lot. If there's anything we can do, your thoughts are enough. This is a burden that I must face by myself. While it's true that we cannot do anything to help you with your returning memories, if you need comfort or feel stressed, we can assist in our own ways. Meisho said, "Thank you, you too. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." Sometime later, Chu Liuxiang said, "This makes me wonder if I had a past life, and if I do, what kind of life did I live? I would actually prefer not knowing." Meisho said, and she continued, "What if I had some kind of tragic life that I don't want to remember?" "I guess you have a point." Chu Liuxiang then looked at Yuan and asked, "Can you tell us some of your experiences in your past life? Did you have a wife? You lived for thousands of years, right? Surely, you must have had a wife or two." Yuan smiled and said, "No, I didn't have anything like that. However, I was engaged." "You were engaged but don't have a wife? Did something happen?" "Yes. She died to a demon before we could get married," Yuan said in a calm voice, yet it sounded very lonely and painful. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked." "No, it's fine. What happened was very tragic, but it was something that happened very, very long ago, and I am not Tianqin you. Although his feelings remain, I know that I shouldn't become too absorbed in his memories and feelings. Anyways, thank you for listening and believing in me," he said to them sometime later. "I don't know what's crazier, that reincarnation exists or that I've been fighting demons from another world." Chu Liuxiang sighed. "Another world, huh? Something tells me that Earth used to belong in the 9 heavens. I'll ask the Lord after I take care of the last demon." "The Lord?" "Yes. He promised to tell me about cultivation online and other stuff if I take care of the demons for him." Sometime later, Meisho went to prepare dinner. After dinner, Chu Liuxiang eagerly dragged Yuan to the bed and said to him as she stripped naked, "This is the best stress reliever that I know of." Yuan couldn't refuse such a tempting offer and gladly accepted it, and they proceeded to relieve themselves all night. The following morning, after breakfast, Yuan returned to cultivation online and tried knocking on Wang Xiuying's door again. The door opened half a minute later, and a beautiful young lady wearing a green and white uniform stepped outside. When this young lady saw Yuan's face, her eyes widened with surprise, and a bright smile immediately appeared on her beautiful face. "Yuan, what are you doing here?" Wang Xiuying said in a pleasantly surprised voice. Chapter 9:15, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 9:15. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:15. Wang Xiuying's Alchemy Flame. "Hello, Xiuying. It's been a while." Yuan greeted her with a smile. "I happened to be in the area, so I decided to stop by to see you." However, the smile on Wang Xiuying turned upside down for some reason. "You're visiting me only because you happen to be nearby? Even though you promised to play with me when you ascend to this realm," she said with a puffed face, trying to act angry, but somehow ended up looking even more charming. "Yuan, I know that you've been in this world for a while, and you're just visiting me now? I saw you at the Flood Dragon Scales auction too." "Sorry, I've been really busy with many things until recently. Honestly, I forgot that you were here until I heard of the Spirit Healing Academy," Yuan said with an apologetic smile. "Oomph. I can forgive you, but only if you spend the next few days with me," she said. "Sure. I had planned on staying here for the rest of the week, anyway." Yuan immediately nodded. "Really? That's great. I will show you around the sect and the things I've learned." Wang Xiuying immediately cheered up. "Come inside." Wang Xiuying gestured. Yuan nodded and followed her into the building. "What have you been doing lately, Yuan? I haven't seen your name in the announcements for a while." Wang Xiuying asked him. "Your name used to appear in the sky almost every day. At least that's what it felt like." Yuan smiled and said, "They were all coincidences. And it's not as though I'm actively trying to have my name appear in announcements." "Maybe you should. At this rate, the world will forget about your name." "I did not start playing this game because I wanted to be famous, and I still don't care about such things." "I know, but it hurts me, your #1 fan." Wang Xiuying chuckled. Yuan smiled and said, "It hasn't been that long since I last saw you, but I can tell that you've changed a lot." "I can say the same to you, Yuan. You look and smell more mature now." Smell." Yuan raised an eyebrow. and he started smelling his own arm. She nodded. Having a good nose is a trait of a good alchemist. Thanks to my master's training methods, my sense of smell has become quite sharp. Your master, the sect master of the Spirit Healing Academy? Yes. I will introduce her to you later. Sure. Yuan smiled. By the way, what does maturity smell like? You can smell it on me, right? He then asked. I don't know how to explain it, but it's a distinct smell that you can easily notice once you understand what the smell really means. They arrived before a closed door shortly later. This is my workshop. It's where I spend most of my time nowadays, Wang Xiaoying said as she opened the door and entered the room. Yuan followed, right behind her. Inside the spacious room was a large metal pot at the center of the room, but this pot had a very unique shape that Yuan had never seen before. At the end of each side of the room were drawers with labels. That metal pot in the center of the room is called a cauldron. It's what alchemists use to mix medicine and concoct pills. The drawers contain all sorts of herbs and medicines that are most commonly used. For the rarer medicine, I have to pick them from the medicine field growing at the bottom of the hill and in my backyard. If I don't have them here, I can request for them from the sect. This is pretty amazing. Is this all a privilege as the disciple of the sect master? Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Only this house and the land it's on is a privilege. I had to grow the medicine field by myself, and I had to raise my rank within the sect to receive support from the sect. You got all of this done in such a short amount of time? I'm impressed. In fact, I've been underestimating you. As expected of Dr. Wang's granddaughter, you're a genius when it comes to medicine, Yuan said in a praising tone. Wang Xiaoying began blushing after hearing Yuan's praises. Anyway, do you want to watch me concoct a pill? Sure. Yuan immediately nodded. All right, what kind of pill do you want to make? I can concoct up to tier 3 pills at this moment. I don't know anything about pills, but something simple is fine. She nodded. Then I will concoct a superior stamina enhancing pill for you. It's a tier 2 pill that will recover your energy and greatly increase your stamina. Sound good? Give me a moment to gather the ingredients. Yuan watched as Wang Xiaoying took out many different herbs from the drawers, putting them all on a long plate in a neat fashion. She then took a seat in front of the cauldron and patted the space right beside her. You can sit here. It's the best seat in the house, she said with a smile. Are you sure? Won't I bother you if I sit so close? It'll be fine. Trust me. Yuan didn't say anything else and took a seat right beside her. Before I start, I should warn you that it will get a little hot in here, even with the windows open. The flame will also be very fierce, but you don't need to worry, since it won't harm you. Wang Xiaoying flipped her hand with her palm, facing the ceiling, and with some of her spiritual energy, a ball of green flames appeared on her palm. This is called alchemy flame. It's a special type of fire that requires a lot of training to control, and even most seasoned alchemists require years of training to control. Fortunately for me, I have a special physique that makes it incredibly easy for me to control alchemy flames. There are many types of alchemy flames out there, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Unfortunately, my alchemy flame is too weak to have its own name, but once I am capable enough, my master promised to give me a named alchemy flame. What a pretty fire, Yuan mumbled as he stared at the ball of flame floating on Wang Xiaoying's palm. My phoenix fire is countless times more pretty and powerful than her weak-looking alchemy flame, Feng Yuxiang suddenly said, sounding a little unhappy and even jealous for some reason. Chapter 9:16. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 9:16. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:16. Wang Xiaoying's alchemy, seeing Yuan suddenly raise an eyebrow in surprise. Wang Xiaoying asked him, "Is something the matter?" "No, nothing." Yuan showed her a stiff smile, as Feng Yuxiang's comment had caught him by surprise. After all, this is the first time that Feng Yuxiang has shown such obvious jealousy. And over what? Wang Xiaoying's alchemy flame? It didn't make sense to him. Anyway, I'm going to start now. Make sure you watch closely, since people don't normally get to watch me concoct pills, much less have such a view. Wang Xiaoying suddenly flicked her arm with the alchemy flame, sending the green ball of fire flying at the cauldron. Her alchemy flame disappeared into a hole at the bottom of the cauldron, and within seconds, the alchemy flame intensified, engulfing half of the cauldron with them. Yuan felt a heat wave hit him, almost as though he'd suddenly entered a desert, so he subconsciously protected himself with spiritual energy. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaoying spoke. Now that the cauldron is hot enough, I will begin throwing in the herbs. She acted upon her own words, throwing the herbs she'd gathered into the cauldron one by one every few minutes without losing control over the alchemy flame. While I melt the medicine, I must control the strength of my alchemy flame so that it doesn't burn the medicine, but at the same time burn away the impurities within the medicine. An hour later, she spoke again. Now that all of the ingredients are melted, I will intensify the alchemy flame, which will solidify the medicine into a pill. While the medicine quickly hardens, I must mold it into the shape of a pill, which is perfectly round like a marble. If I don't mold the pill properly, the pill will come out with inferior quality. And if I do it too slowly, the entire pill will go to waste. This is the most important step when it comes to pill concoction. A minute later, Wang Xiaoying cut the alchemy flame completely and went to open the cauldron. Brace yourself. There will be a lot of smoke, Wang Xiaoying said as she opened the lid, releasing a storm of black smoke. It's black because of the impurities. The darker the color of the smoke, the cleaner the pill will come out. Wang Xiaoying explained as the black smoke quickly filled the room. A sudden gust of wind appeared in the room, pushing all of the black smoke outside the window within seconds. That wind was caused by a formation in this room. It will quickly clear out the smoke. Anyway, take a look at this pill. Wang Xiaoying handed him a white pill the following moment. Superior Stamina Enhancing Pill, Tier 2. Purity, 98%. Effects, greatly boost your stamina by 30% for 1 hour and recover your used-up energy. Description, concocted by Healer Wang. Limit, once per hour. This is a pretty useful pill. Yuan looked at it with interest. How much do you think it'll sell for? He suddenly asked. You want to sell my pill already? Wang Xiaoying looked shocked that he didn't want to keep it. It's only out of curiosity. I will be keeping this pill since it was a gift from you, Yuan said with a smile. Well, it honestly depends on the quality of the pill, and most importantly, the person who concocted it. If the person who made it is famous, it will increase the price of the pill. I'm still a nobody outside, so it will probably go for around 1,000 or 2 gold coins, and that's entirely because of its purity, which is above 95%. However, I'm quite popular in the sect, and there are many disciples who want a pill concocted by me, so it could probably fetch for 2 to 3 times that price if you sell it in the sect, she continued with a prideful look on her face. So do you spend most of your time concocting pills now? Yes, pretty much. I spend about 60% of my day concocting pills and the other 40% studying. There are so many different types of medicine, herbs, and pill recipes that I must remember, after all. Visit Me for extra chapters. You're very diligent, but don't you get bored of sitting in the same spot for hours? I don't think I would be able to enjoy life as an alchemist, even if I have the talent for it. Yuan shook his head. It's not boring. Although it might seem like I am just sitting there, I am actually very active, and a lot of things go through my head. As for studying, well, there's nothing I can do about that. If I don't study, I won't be able to improve. Anyways, do you want any more pills? I will concoct as many pills as my idol wants, she said with an energetic face. No, it's fine. 1 pill is good enough, or it won't feel like a gift anymore. I see. Then let me show you around my medicine field before showing you around the sect. Sure. Yuan nodded. As they prepared to leave the room, someone started knocking on the door. Oh, that must be my weekly quota, Wang Xiaoying said. Weekly quota? You have to work here? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I don't really need it since I am the sect master's disciple, but I asked to do it anyway, since it's good practice for me, and it helps the sect. Sometime later, Wang Xiaoying opened the door to greet the person outside. Good morning, Senior Sister Wang. A handsome young man greeted her with a bright smile. "Morning. Here is your weekly." The disciple halted his mouth when he noticed Yuan's presence, and his eyes widened with shock. "There's a man in Senior Sister Wang's living quarters? Who is this bastard?" he cried inwardly. Senior Sister Wang. Who is that?" Wang Xiaoying immediately realized who the disciple was referring to and said with a gentle smile, "He's my precious friend." When the disciple saw how Wang Xiaoying looked at Yuan, his eyes narrowed with hidden killing intent. Yuan noticed his killing intent and subconsciously smiled in a provocative manner. "Sup? This bastard." The disciple silently gritted his teeth. Chapter 9:17. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 9:17. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:17. Medicine Fields, what's your name? The disciple asked Yuan after a moment of silence. "I won't stay here for long, so you don't need to know it." Yuan calmly responded. "This bastard's asking for it." The disciple found Yuan's presence to be even more obnoxious after his response. Sensing the sudden tension in the air, Wang Xiaoying quickly interrupted. "Anyways, tell the elders that I won't be able to complete my weekly quota this week because I will be busy with something else. Sorry you came all this way for nothing." It's fine. Most people don't even get to see you because you're always holed up in your room. I'm already satisfied with seeing your beautiful face this early in the morning. Senior Sister Wang. By the way, my master wanted to ask if you'll be joining the annual competition between core disciples tomorrow. I'll be there, but I won't be participating, so I'll only be a spectator. That's good enough. As long as Senior Sister Wang is there, I will be content. Then I will see you tomorrow. The disciple bowed to her before turning around and walking away. Of course, he made sure to turn around to look at them, or more specifically, Yuan's face, one last time before disappearing from their sights completely. "Who was that? Your servant?" Yuan asked afterward. "No, he's Disciple Gu, a core disciple studying under Elder Song, who is the sect master's right-hand man. He's the second most talented disciple in the entire sect. Apparently, he's from a very prestigious family. The title of #1 disciple in the sect belongs to me, of course." Wang Xiaoying laughed out loud. "Surname Gu, huh? Why do I keep encountering them?" A mysterious smile appeared on Yuan's face. Having the second most talented disciple in the sect carry out such a mundane task, he must either be really bored or have too much free time. He said, "I heard that he'd personally requested to deliver my weekly quota. I don't know the details, but I don't really care either. Anyways, let's visit the medicine field in my yard first. It's the closest and has the most valuable herbs growing." "Sure." Yuan followed Wang Xiaoying to her backyard, where she started showing him all of the plants that she'd personally grown. "How long do they usually take to grow?" "It hasn't been that long since you joined, right?" Yuan asked. "Most herbs here take less than a month to grow, but if you leave it for longer, the herbs will have a stronger effect, but it will take years, so we usually harvest them after a month. There's actually a secret garden somewhere in this sect with plants that have been growing for hundreds and even thousands of years. I asked to see it before, but I was told that only the sect master is allowed to visit the place for security reasons." Sometime later, they went to the medicine field at the bottom of the hill, which was at least 100 times larger than the one in her backyard. "You planted all of these, too?" Yuan was impressed. There were over 100,000 plants at the bottom of the hill, and all of them were neatly grown and well organized. "Yes. Besides being time-consuming, it's really not that difficult," she said. The entire tour around the hill took almost 3 hours. Now that we're done with the medicine field, what would you like to see next? She asked him. "I don't know anything about your sect, so I will leave it to you. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." Wang Xiaoying pondered for a moment before speaking. "What about the alchemy store? We have one in our sect, and you can even purchase alchemy flames there." "That sounds interesting. Let's go." Yuan nodded. Wang Xiaoying then retrieved a leaf and poured her spiritual energy into it, causing it to grow many times larger. This is a flying treasure. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, since the sect is so vast, I was given this flying treasure to travel around the sect. Come, I'll give you a ride. The flying treasure looks like it's only meant for a single rider. I can fly, so you don't need to worry about me. Yuan said, Trust me, it'll be fine. Wang Xiaoying suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the flying treasure. Although it was a little cramped at first, Wang Xiaoying made some room by hugging Yuan's body with her own body. See, we have plenty of space. She chuckled, and before Yuan could even say anything, Wang Xiaoying controlled the flying treasure, and they flew away from the hill. While they were in the air, Wang Xiaoying purposefully made the flying treasure fly as slow as possible so that they could take their time. Look over there. That tall pagoda is the sect master's headquarters and also her living quarters. Oh, that building is the cafeteria for disciples within the inner court like me. They have some amazing food, but I rarely get the time to go there. Wang Xiaoying introduced the buildings to him as they passed them. Meanwhile, somewhere within the sect, Master, do you know anything about the bastard with Healer Wang? After leaving Wang Xiaoying's place, Disciple Gu rushed to find Elder Tsang for more information on Yuan. He figured that if anyone knew about Yuan's identity, it would be his master, who is the sect master's right-hand man. What are you talking about? Elder Tsang asked. I went to give Healer Wang her weekly quota this morning, and I saw this obnoxious man by her side. He was standing inside her living quarters, and he wasn't wearing the sect's uniform, either. Oh, Healer Wang has an unknown man in her living quarters? This is definitely a surprise, considering her usual behavior. Anyway, I don't know anything about her friend. If he's not a disciple, then he must be a guest. Did you check with the administration? All guests are required to sign in. And no, that completely slipped my mind. I will go check with them right now. Sorry for bothering you, Master. Disciple Gu bowed to him before leaving for the administration hall, where they keep a list of all visitors. Chapter 918, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 918. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 918. Alchemy store. After leaving his master's side, Disciple Gu rushed to the administration hall. Good morning, Disciple Gu. How can we help you today? One of the elders there welcomed him with a bright and respectful smile. I want information on a visitor, he said. Of course. Who is this visitor that you speak of? I don't know. That's why I am here. Who is the visitor with Healer Wang? Healer Wang. The elder raised his eyebrows, as he doesn't recall recording any guest that came for Wang Xiaoying. Let me check the log. The elder went to grab the guest logbook and brought it back to Disciple Gu. This page contains all visitors for the past week, but I don't see any guests mentioning about Healer Wang. The elder said, Let me see. Disciple Gu grabbed the book and began scanning through all of the names on the logbook. The logbook contained the guests' names, age, their affiliates, and their reason for visiting the Spirit Healing Academy. However, there was nobody that came with Healer Wang as their reason for visiting, and Disciple Gu went as far back as 1 month in the logbook. Impossible. Maybe he is actually a disciple and purposefully wore casual clothes to mislead others? What a crafty bastard. Disciple Gu now believed that Yuan was a disciple of the Spirit Healing Academy all along. After all, no visitors could possibly enter the sect without going through the administration hall. Why don't you try asking the sect master? If anybody knows about Healer Wang's affairs, it would be her. The elder suddenly suggested. Are you crazy? I cannot possibly bother the sect master for something like this. And haven't you heard? The sect master of the Universal Music Academy had just been killed. She'll be very busy for a while. Disciple Gu sneered. What? Sect master's son had been killed? But the sect master of the Heavenly Academy said it was an unfortunate accident. The elder exclaimed. That's just a cover-up, obviously. Someone had infiltrated the Universal Music Academy and threatened their disciple that he would kill sect master's son on the same day that he died. I heard this from multiple disciples there. No way. If the sect masterly is willing to conceal the truth, There's a good chance that whoever killed Sect Master Sun is someone that even the 7 Spirit Academies cannot touch. One of the 4 ancient families, perhaps. By the way, how is your family, Disciple Gu? I heard that they'd also encountered some kind of accident very recently. The elder asked. Disciple Gu's face suddenly turned cold after hearing such a question. Sorry, I overstepped my boundaries by asking about your family, Disciple Gu. Please forgive me. The elder immediately apologized. After all, the Gu family had sustained immense losses with the death of many experts and even 10 spirit lords. Their position within the 7 legacy families had dropped all the way to the bottom because of this mysterious incident, which shook the entire spirit heaven when news spread. Of course, the death of Sect Master Sun wasn't any less shocking. Even though Sect Masterly announced it as an accident, rumors of it being murder still circulated. Disciple Gu didn't stay in the administration hall any longer and went elsewhere to investigate Yuan's identity. Meanwhile, Yuan and Wang Xiuying arrived at the alchemy store. The store was a massive pagoda that had 10 spacious floors. Look, that's Disciple Wang. Gee, good morning, Fairy Wang. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The disciples at the alchemy store immediately recognized Wang Xiuying when they saw her. Who's that handsome beside her? He's not wearing our uniform. Is he a guest? Do you think he's Disciple Wang's boyfriend? I saw them hugging each other on the flying treasure before they descended. They definitely have a very intimate relationship with each other. The disciples there also took notice of Yuan, who was not only very handsome, but also emitted this unfathomable aura, which instantly charmed many female disciples. Let's go inside, Wang Xiuying said to Yuan after they landed in front of the alchemy store. Yuan nodded and followed her inside. The first, second, and third floor mostly consists of medicine and herbs, so we can go straight to the 4th floor, Wang Xiuying said as she walked straight to the staircase. Upon entering the 4th floor, Yuan could see many different cauldrons being sold. This is where we can buy ordinary cauldrons. The more valuable ones are on the 5th and 6th floor. Sometimes the pills can explode during concoction if you mess up, and the cauldron usually goes with the pill. Wang Xiuying said, Isn't it very dangerous to sit so close to the cauldron? Then, what if it explodes in your face? Yuan asked. Indeed, it is very dangerous. In fact, the cause of most disciple deaths within the sect is due to their cauldron exploding. However, that will only happen to ordinary cauldrons. There are cauldrons that have been enchanted with safety measures that greatly reduce the risk of injury. But those are way more expensive, and not all disciples can afford that. For the record, I have blown up over 100 cauldrons since I have been here. I'm also on my 23rd cauldron from practicing Tier 4 pills. Wang Xiuying said, sounding somewhat proud of it. Yuan smiled. And how many times have you died? None. As the sect master's disciple, I'm only allowed to use the best enchanted cauldrons, so no matter how many I explode, I won't die. Though, I still get injured by them. So if you weren't the sect master's disciple, you would have died over 100 times. You're still as reckless as ever. Yuan chuckled. Anyways, do you want to get a cauldron while you're here? Wang Xiuying then asked. I don't do alchemy, though. Why would I need one? Who said cauldrons are only used for alchemy? You could do other things with them as well. Wang Xiuying said, and she continued, such as cooking, brewing tea, mixing medicine, and even body tempering. HM, did you just say body tempering? Yuan's interest peaked. Chapter 919, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 919. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 919. Buying a cauldron. Yes, you can temper your body in a cauldron if it's large enough to fit your body. Although I have never done it personally, I have heard of people doing that before, and they claim that it has a better effect than a bathtub since cauldrons are specifically made for medicine. Wang Xiuying confirmed. I'm more interested in the fact that I can carry the cauldron with me, which will allow me to temper my body wherever and whenever I want. Yuan said, All right, I will get a cauldron. Great. Then let's head to the 6th floor. The cauldrons on this floor are too small. Same with the cauldrons on the next floor. Wang Xiaoying said as she made her way towards the staircase. Sometime later, they arrived on the 6th floor. The cauldrons on this floor don't appear to be big enough to fit my body, either, Yuan said. In fact, most of the cauldrons on this floor are only large enough to fit a few watermelons, not an adult body. That's because these cauldrons can change their size to become bigger or smaller. They're small on display only to save space. Wang Xiaoying said, "Oh, how big can they get?" "Well, it depends on the quality of the cauldron. Some cauldrons can become as big as an entire house," she said. "Why would anyone want such a big cauldron?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "If you're skilled enough, you can concoct more than one pill at a time. The bigger cauldrons are for those who like to concoct pills in batches, but that is easier said than done. Compared to my master, who can concoct over 100 pills at once, I can only concoct about 10 pills. Anyways, go look around. Since you're my friend, I can probably get you an amazing discount." Wang Xiaoying winked at him. Yuan nodded and began walking around the room. There were over 100 different cauldrons on display, each of them with a unique shape and color. Meanwhile, news of Wang Xiaoying having a boyfriend began spreading throughout the sect like a wildfire. "Have you heard? Senior apprentice Sister Wang brought her boyfriend to the alchemy store." "No way. She's taken? Since when? Who is the lucky bastard?" "Nobody knows, but he wasn't wearing our uniform, so he might not be part of our sect." The more people spread the news, the more exaggerated and chaotic it became. "What? Senior apprentice Sister Wang's fiancé is spending time with her fiancé? Hey, you know what I heard? Senior apprentice Sister Wang is shopping at the alchemy store with her Dao companion." Disciple Gu eventually got hold of the news, and he immediately began speeding towards the alchemy store. That bastard was her Dao companion. Impossible. Back at the alchemy store, Wang Xiaoying gave Yuan some recommendations. "How about this cauldron of radiance? Oh, this 9 oracle cauldron looks very good as well." Yuan smiled and said, "Does it really matter which one I get? I'm only using it to temper my body, after all." "Of course it matters. Higher quality cauldrons can make them last longer, and some can even enhance the strength of the medicine." Hearing her words, Yuan turned to look at the price tag for some of these cauldrons. Cauldron of Radiance, 5 million spirit stones, 9 oracle cauldron, 7,500,000 spirit stones. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Do you think I am made out of money? There's no way I can afford these, even with a 50% discount. And why the hell are cauldrons so dang expensive?" Yuan exclaimed. He already has a 5 million spirit stone debt under Feng Yuxiang, so there was no way that he could afford these for now, unless he sold the Gu family's treasures. Alchemy is an expensive career, but it will also earn you a lot of money if you're competent. Feng Yuxiang shrugged. After looking around the whole room, Yuan found the cheapest cauldron on sale, but even that was worth 1 million spirit stones. "Stainless cauldron, huh? Are you sure? I will get the elder now, if you have decided." Yuan nodded. "All right, give me a moment." Wang Xiaoying left his side and went to one of the elders working there. "Elder, my friend would like to purchase a cauldron," Wang Xiaoying said. The elder nodded. "The stainless cauldron, correct? It will cost 1,500,000 spirit stones, because he's not a disciple of our sect." "What? I was actually hoping that you'd give him a discount," Wang Xiaoying exclaimed. "I'm sorry, Disciple Wang, but this is the sect's rule. It's not something that I can change willy-nilly. In case you forgot, I am one of only 4 people in the entire sect that can concoct Tier 3 pills with over 95% purity, and I have helped the sect concoct thousands of them. That's worth at least a few 100,000 spirit stones, yet I never asked for any reward. If I asked my master, she would definitely give it to me for free. However, I don't want to bother her, so I'm asking you to give him a discount instead. He's a very important friend of mine. I hope you don't embarrass me in front of him." "I am really sorry, Disciple Wang. I really want to help you and your friend, but I am a mere elder. I don't have the authority to make such a decision. Then I will stop concocting pills for the sect," Wang Xiaoying suddenly said with a rebellious look on her face, shocking the elder. "And when the sect asks why, I will tell them exactly why." Seeing Wang Xiaoying's stubbornness, the elder felt like crying. Please have mercy, disciple Wang. The elder eventually gave up and said, I will get the manager. He has enough authority to make a decision. Okay. Wang Xiaoying didn't say anything else and returned to Yuan. What happened? Where's the elder? Yuan asked her when she returned alone. He'll be here soon, she said with an innocent look on her face. Chapter 920, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 920. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 920. Phoenix down, what? The sect master's disciple threatened to stop concocting pills for the sect if we don't give her friend a discount. The manager of the alchemy store doubted his ears for a moment after hearing the elder's words, who was on the verge of crying when he arrived. Can you please do something about this, Elder Bei? If disciple Wang stops concocting pills, the sect master will kill us. Calm down, it's just a discount. We can just consider disciple Wang as the purchaser, not her friend. Elder Bei said. Sometime later, Elder Bei went to greet Wang, Xiaoying, and Yuan. Hello, disciple Wang and her friend. I have heard the situation. It's just a discount. There's no need for such drastic measures. How does a 75% discount sound? Also, there's no need to pay for the visitor's fee, so the total will be 250,000 spirit stones. Elder Bei said to them, what do you think? If it's not enough, I can ask them to lower it some more. Wang Xiaoying turned to ask Yuan, causing a bittersweet smile to appear on the elder's face. 250,000 spirit stones, huh? Do you accept treasures as a payment? I am currently short on spirit stones. Yuan asked him. Of course. We accept all sorts of treasures, but we recommend ones that benefit our sect the most, such as herbs and medicine. Sound good? Please, follow me to the counter. Yuan and Wang Xiaoying proceeded to follow Elder Bei to the counter. Show me what you've got. Elder Bei said to Yuan afterward. Yuan immediately began dumping out the Gu family's treasure. Of course, most of these treasures belong to the Gu family from the lower heavens, as he has yet to remove the destiny seals from the other treasures. That's a lot of treasures, Elder Bei said. He clearly did not expect such a quantity of treasures from Yuan, and most of them appear to be heaven grade and higher. Elder Bei also called for someone who can evaluate these treasures. Sometime later, Elder Bei picked 3 treasures out of the 24 treasures and said, I will sell you the stainless cauldron for these 3 treasures. The total of these treasures will sell for around 275,000 spirit stones, so we'll give you 25,000 spirit stones back. What do you say? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking in a calm voice. Since you have an expert, I will also let my expert decide. Feng, what do you think? Feng Yuxiang appeared beside him the next moment, shocking everyone there. She ignored their gazes and looked at the 3 treasures and said, I can easily get 500,000 spirit stones out of these 3 treasures. Excuse me, but who are you? The alchemy store's examiner asked for Feng Yuxiang's background, which is very normal in these kinds of situations where one's qualifications mattered very much. You may not know me here, but I own one of the best stores in the lower heavens. With that being said, 15,000 years ago, I operated a store called Phoenix Down in Spirit Heaven. Have you heard of it? Feng Yuxiang said. The examiner pondered with a profound frown on his face. Phoenix Down? Why does it sound so familiar? Elder Bei wondered to himself. After a few moments of silence, the alchemy store's examiner suddenly came to a realization and exclaimed in a shocked voice, Phoenix Down. I remember now. There is a legend of a store by such a name. According to the legend, it was an immensely popular store that sold all sorts of treasures that could only be found in the 3rd heaven and above, and they were all being sold in Spirit Heaven. Furthermore, the owner of this store is a mystery, but rumors say it was a woman with beauty that outshines all treasures in the store. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. However, the store only operated for 100 years before it suddenly disappeared. Are you telling me that you're the owner of that legendary Phoenix Down? The examiner asked Feng Yuxiang. Although her beauty was definitely up to standards with the legend, Unless she had concrete proof that she was the owner, it wouldn't matter even if she was the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens. Of course, here's my certification and license. It expired 15,000 years ago, but it proves that the Phoenix Down existed and that I was the owner of it. Feng Yuxiang retrieved a piece of paper and showed it to the examiner, who started trembling after seeing it. The examiner then retrieved his own certification and license to compare. It's real. She's the real deal. The examiner exclaimed in a shocked voice. Are you serious? Elder Bay swallowed nervously. Why would a legendary figure from 15,000 years ago show up now? Hell, where did she even pop out from? I apologize for doubting you, Senior, and it's an honor to meet you. The examiner bowed to her after returning her certification. Feng Yuxiang silently nodded her head. Anyways, if Senior claims the treasures are worth 500,000 spirit stones, then I will not argue. The examiner said to Elder Bay. Is that so? Elder Bay nodded. He turned to look at Yuan and spoke. I can give you 225,000 spirit stones and the stainless cauldron for these 3 treasures, or we can give you medicine instead. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floor contains medicines from tier 5 herbs to tier 5 pills. What do you say? Yuan pondered himself. Medicine, huh? This is a good chance for me to stock up some medicine for my body tempering. Even though Feng promised to support me, I cannot rely on her for everything. Let me see what kind of medicine is available first. Yuan said a moment later. Very well. I will prepare the spirit stones, just in case you decide to take the money instead. As for the stainless cauldron, you can take it now. Elder Bay said. Chapter 9:21. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 9:21. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:21. Body tempering pills, follow them just in case they wish to trade more treasures. Elder Bay said to the examiner before leaving them alone. Wang Xiaoying led Yuan to the 7th floor shortly after. The 7th floor sells tier 1 to tier 2 herbs, medicine, and pills. Since there are too many to display, they have it all listed in a book. Wang Xiaoying explained to him after they arrived on the 7th floor, where thick books were displayed instead of the medicine. Yuan walked over to one of these books and started flipping through them. Mind-calming pill, body-reforming pill, 3 spirits pill, misty pill. There were over a dozen different pills at glance. And there were hundreds of pages in the book. Yuan, if you want tier 1 and tier 2 pills, I can easily concoct them for you for free. I can also concoct tier 3 pills with over 95% purity. Although I am still learning to concoct tier 4 pills, I'm making fast progress. Give me another month, and I will be able to concoct them with 90% purity. Yuan smiled and said, Thank you, but I don't think I need any pills. However, I'm interested in treasures specifically for body tempering. There are pills for body tempering as well. They're called body tempering pills, and a single one of them can last you an entire week. They are also more effective than throwing raw medicine into the bath since pills are mixed better, and condensing them into a pill strengthens its effects. Oh, I like some of them, Yuan immediately said. Then I recommend tier 1 body tempering pills first. They're incredibly painful, so I suggest you get used to the weaker ones before using the stronger pills. Wang Xiaoying said, Don't worry, I am pretty experienced when it comes to body tempering. I'll get a tier 4 body tempering pill, as well as a tier 5 for today to test their effects. Tier 4 and tier 5. That's insane. Those are only recommended for spirit lords and above. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed, unaware of Yuan's cultivation base. I'm a peak spirit lord. Yuan pointed at himself and said, Oh, really? But it hasn't even been that long since the mystic realm, and you were only a spirit master then. Wang Xiaoying said, I have been consuming valuable treasures and medicine since I entered the sect, and I just entered spirit master. Comparing yourself to the young master is like comparing heaven and earth. Feng Yuxiang sneered. Wang Xiaoying's eyebrows twitched upon hearing Feng Yuxiang's remarks. Why does she seem so hostile? Did I offend her somehow? She wondered inwardly. Anyways, I want to test out the body tempering pills today. Once I know what I want, I will return for more. They proceeded onto the 9th floor to buy the body tempering pills. After acquiring a Tier 4 and a Tier 5 body tempering pill, Yuan asked, "What's on the 10th floor?" "Oh, you can buy pill recipes and alchemy flames on that floor, but only people approved by the sect master can enter that floor." Wang Xiaoying said, "I see. Anyways, is there a place where I can test out my new items?" Yuan then asked, "You could do it in my house. I have plenty of room, and it's completely free." Wang Xiaoying said, "Sure." Yuan accepted her hospitality without any hesitation. As they made their way downstairs, Feng Yuxiang would return to Yuan's body. "Esteemed guest, we still owe you 100,000 spirit stones. Would you like to retrieve them now?" The examiner said to him, "Those 2 pills cost 150,000 spirit stones." Yuan was speechless. "Yes, the Tier 4 body tempering pill costs 50,000 spirit stones, and the Tier 5 costs 100,000 spirit stones." Yuan sighed. "Just keep them for now. I will be coming back later, anyway." Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. I understand. When Yuan and Wang Xiaoying exited the alchemy store, they were greeted by a massive crowd of disciples waiting outside. "Wow, why are there so many disciples here today? Is there some kind of special event?" Wang Xiaoying mumbled in a dazed voice. Once the disciples noticed their presence, they began talking to each other. "Look, that's him. So he's senior apprentice sister's Tao companion." "Huh? What? I thought he was her boyfriend. When did he become her Tao companion?" "He's a lot more charming than the rumors. I wish I was in senior apprentice sister's shoes right now." Some of the female disciples, they were charmed by Yuan's unfathomable and mysterious aura. Suddenly, a group of figures walked out of the crowd and stood before Yuan and Wang Xiaoying. "Look, that's Disciple Gu. They're going to confront them." "I'm not surprised. Disciple Gu has the hots for senior apprentice sister Wang, after all." "Wait, but why is the disciplinary squad following him?" The disciples understood why Disciple Gu was there, but they cannot imagine why the disciplinary squad was there. After all, they're primarily tasked with dealing with rule-breaking disciples. "You, identify yourself." The elder leading the disciplinary squad stepped forward and pointed at Yuan. Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke, "Why?" "I am the head elder of the disciplinary squad. Who are you to question me? I am the law in this place. If I ask you a question, you answer it." Wang Xiaoying quickly stepped in and said, "Elder, there must have been a misunderstanding. This is my friend, who is currently visiting the sect as a guest." "So he's not a disciple, huh?" "You heard her, Uncle Gu." Disciple Gu said to him. "In this case, Disciple Wang, this friend of yours had snuck into the sect without telling anyone, which is a violation of our sect's rules. He could even be a spy, for all we know. And according to the rules of the sect, these violators may be punishable with death." "What?" "That's nonsense. Elder Gu, my friend, is not a spy." Wang Xiaoying immediately refuted. "We will be the judge of that after we question him." Elder Gu sneered. Chapter 922, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 922. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 922, disciplinary squad. You want to treat my friend like he's a criminal and question him? I will not allow such a thing to happen. Wang Xiaoying shouted angrily. Even if you're the disciple of the sect master, you cannot disobey the sect's rules. This man of unknown origin may be a threat to our sect, and as the head elder of the disciplinary squad, I will not allow anything to happen to our sect. No hard feelings, Disciple Wang. I am merely doing my job. Elder Gu shook his head. No, if you take him away, I will stop concocting pills for the sect. Wang Xiaoying said, shocking everybody there. Heavens, senior apprentice sister Wang is willing to go so far for him. There's no doubt that he's her Tao companion. The disciples were shocked and impressed by Wang Xiaoying's boldness before Elder Gu, who is known for being ruthless. Senior sister Wang, why must you go so far for him? Are you really going to risk all of your hard work in the sect for a guy like him? Even if you're the sect master's disciple, you can still be exiled from the sect for disobeying the sect rules. I will not allow you to make such a sacrifice. Disciple Gu stepped forward and said, "Humph, as if my master will kick me out of the sect over something like this. And even if I get kicked out, the only reason I joined this sect is because of him," Wang Xiaoying exclaimed, leaving everyone there speechless. What? Senior apprentice Sister Wang joined the sect for that guy? The disciples were in awe of her dedication. Even Yuan looked at her funny after such a claim. "You joined the sect for me, but I don't remember asking you to do such a thing," Yuan said. "I will explain it to you later," Wang Xiaoying said with a rosy face. Disciple Gu gritted his teeth in anger when she saw Wang Xiaoying's blushing face. Why does it have to be that bastard? Why is she not looking at me with those bashful and passionate eyes? Fuck, I swear I will kill you, or my surname is not Gu, he cried inwardly. Uncle, Disciple Gu called out to him. Elder Gu slightly nodded his head and said, Disciple Wang, if you're going to continue this charade, I will have no choice but to detain you as well. The sect master is currently away from the sect, and she might not return for another day or two. Do you wish to spend the next 2 days behind bars? Your decision will greatly affect your reputation and position within the sect. Is this how you wish to repay the sect after everything we have done for you? All for this nameless spy. Wang Xiaoying gritted her teeth in anger and shouted, If that's what I need to do to protect. However, Yuan suddenly patted her in the back and interrupted, I will go with them. They're only going to question me, right? Then I just need to answer them truthfully. There's no need to escalate the situation any further or for you to make such sacrifices over such a small thing. I'll be back in a bit. Yuan, I'm sorry. If my master was here, none of this would have happened to you. But don't worry. As soon as she returns, I will tell her to help you. She won't refuse. Yuan smiled. I also have a feeling that she won't refuse. He left her side and started walking towards the disciplinary squad. Cuff him, Elder Gu said to the rest of the disciplinary squad. Yuan did not resist and allowed the disciples to cuff him with these weird-looking handcuffs made out of some kind of red crystal. Yuan expected some kind of special effect from the handcuffs, but he didn't feel any different afterward. Don't even try to do anything funny. These handcuffs are made out of spirit-sealing crystals, which will restrict your cultivation base when worn, so you'll be no different from a mortal without any cultivation. Disciple Gu said to him with a malicious grin on his face. Is that so? Yuan calmly shrugged, as he could still feel his cultivation base. This reminded him of the time when he and Wang Xiaoying accidentally arrived at the ancient dragon city, where they were detained with the same type of handcuffs. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. See you in a bit. Yuan said, while looking at Wang Xiaoying. Shut up and start moving. One of the disciples poked Yuan with a stick. Poke me again and see what will happen. Yuan narrowed his gaze at the disciple. The disciple immediately pulled back the stick and trembled in fear. Lead the way. Yuan calmly continued. Arrogant bastard. Let's see if you can keep your cool when Disciple Wang is no longer watching. Elder Gu sneered. Wang Xiaoying and the other disciples proceeded to watch Yuan being led away by the disciplinary squad. After snapping out of her daze, Wang Xiaoying retrieved her flying treasure and disappeared from the alchemy store. Sometime later, she arrived at the sect master's headquarters. Although sect master Xiaohe wasn't present, there was someone that could contact her in the building. Elder Yong, this is an emergency. I need you to contact my master immediately. Wang Xiaoying started shouting even before the door could fully open. An old man was sitting at the end of the room, and he lifted his head in a startled manner after Wang Xiaoying stormed into his room without knocking. Disciple Wang? What happened? I have never seen you this hectic before. The disciplinary squad took my friend, even though he did nothing wrong. Hurry up and call my master. Your friend? Elder Yong raised his eyebrows in a questioning manner. Wang Xiaoying quickly explained the situation to him. I see. I understand the situation, but your master is currently in a meeting with the other academy's sect masters regarding sect master Sun's death. It would be a bad idea to disturb her now. Let's just wait for her to return in a day or two. he said. Chapter 923, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds, AM, Chapter 923. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 923. Message. That's too long. I need you to message my master right now. I will not allow my friend to experience such abuse in my sect. If you still refuse, then don't blame me for being dramatic when I leave this sect, since I am clearly not of any value to this sect. Wang Xiaoying said in an angry voice. What? You're willing to go that far for another person? Elder Yong was shocked by Wang Xiaoying's reaction. I will not ask again. Wang Xiaoying took out her sex medallion and threatened to destroy it. All right, I will contact the sect master. Just calm down a bit, Disciple Wang. Elder Yong sighed as he retrieved a brown talisman and mumbled some words into it. Go! Elder Yong infused his spiritual energy into the talisman, causing it to fly out the window the next moment, disappearing from the sect shortly after. The talisman would eventually reach Sect Master Xiaoho, who was in the middle of a meeting with the other sect masters. Should we really be hiding the truth about Sun Hao's death? There's already rumors of it being murder spreading around. Sect Master Xiaoho said, It's for the best, and it would even save us some face. Or do you want to let the world know that some junior had killed Sun Hao right before all of us, and that we allowed him to leave without doing anything about it? Sect Masterly sighed. Furthermore, the less people know about Yuan's existence, the better. How's the Universal Music Academy dealing with their sect master's sudden death? Bianju asked a moment later. Not good. Despite my warnings, they're all overflowing with the desire to avenge Sun Hao, and they're even looking for Yuan as we speak. Sect Masterly shook his head. What? That's insane. At this rate, the 7 Spirit Academies will be known as the 6 Spirit Academies. The Sect Master of the Steel Line Academy said, Why can't they just find a new Sect Master and not cause more trouble for the rest of us? The Sect Master of the Lonely River Academy sighed. Sometime later, Sect Master Xiaoho suddenly turned to face the window with a frown on her face. What's the matter? The others noticed her odd behavior and asked her. Sect Master Xiaoho didn't respond immediately and opened the window without getting off her chair, and a moment later, Elder Yong's brown talisman flew into the room and stopped before her. Sect Master Xiaoho recognized the talisman and placed it on her forehead. Elder Yong's voice resounded inside her head the next moment. Sect Master, I apologize for bothering you during such a time, but your disciple, Healer Wang, is threatening to leave the sect if I don't send you this message. Anyways, apparently her friend had been escorted away by the disciplinary squad for illegally visiting the sect and being a spy, and she wants you to do something about it. Sect Master Xiaoho frowned after hearing the message. It took her a moment to realize the situation because she was focused on Wang Xiaoying threatening to leave the sect. Her friend? Illegally visiting? The face of a handsome, yet terrifying face suddenly appeared in her mind. Fuck, those idiots. Sect Master Xiaoho suddenly cursed out loud as she jumped to her feet, startling the other sect masters. What happened? They asked her. Elder Gu and the disciplinary squad at my sect had detained Yuan, even accusing him of being a spy. What? Why is he in your sect? Sect Masterly asked. He's friends with my disciple and wanted to visit her. There was no way I could have refused. However, I didn't tell anybody about it, so they think he'd entered illegally and took him captive. Hey, Elder Gu, isn't he from the Gu family? Didn't Yuan just kill 10 of their spirit lords and cripple their army? Bianju said in a nervous voice. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Heavens! At this rate, the 7 Spirit Academies will become the 5 Spirit Academies. The Sect Master of the Steel Line Academy said. Sect Master Xiaoho began sweating profusely after hearing such words. I am sorry, but I have to return to my sect. Please excuse me. Sect Master Xiaoho retrieved her flying treasure and immediately began speeding back to the sect. We should probably postpone our meetings until that man has left this realm, Sect Masterly sighed. Hey, since someone from the Gu family is involved, shouldn't we notify Patriarch Gu? The sect master of the Lonely River Academy said. Sect masterly nodded. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. He retrieved a talisman and mumbled to it before sending it flying towards the Gu family's direction. Ban and Ju then said, I'm going to follow Sect Master Xiaoho. If the Universal Music Academy learns of his location, they will mostly try to avenge Sun Hao and attack him. I'll go with you. Me too. Thus, the other sect masters there began making their way to the Spirit Healing Academy while praying that nothing too serious will happen from this incident. Meanwhile, outside the alchemy store, after the disciplinary squad took Yuan away, some of the disciples there spoke. Is it just me, or does Senior Apprentice Sister Wang's Dao companion look familiar? I'm pretty sure that I have seen him before, but I cannot remember when and where. You too? I also thought the same when I saw his face. W8. I remember. Wasn't he the one who severed the Universal Music Academy's sect master's arm during the disciple examination? That was him in the broadcast, right? Now that you mention it, holy shit. Didn't their sect master die yesterday? Rumor has it that he was murdered by the person who severed his arm. What? I thought he died in an accident. I don't like where this is going. While news of Yuan's presence spread throughout the sect like wildfire, Yuan himself followed the disciplinary squad and disciple Gu to some isolated area within the sect. They eventually arrived before a suspicious-looking cave that looked like the entrance to a dungeon. Chapter 924, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 924. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 924. Underground prison. Is this place your headquarters? Judging by the outside appearance, I dare say that your disciplinary squad doesn't have a decent budget, if any at all. Yuan chuckled. Shut up and go inside. Elder Goose said to him. Yuan shrugged and entered the cave, which led him to an underground prison that looked like it had been out of service for hundreds of years. Young master, should I just kill these ignorant and disrespectful fools? Feng Yuxiang asked him. No, leave it. I want to see what they're going to do. He said. He then said out loud, Hey, I'm only being questioned, right? Must we do it here? It's so dirty that I can feel myself getting sick just from breathing in the air. Disciple Gu started laughing after hearing Yuan's words, and he said afterward, You really think we took you here to question you? Just how dumb are you? What? If you're not going to question me, why did you bring me here? Yuan asked, continuing his act. Oh, we'll question you all right. The question is how we'll do it. Disciple Gu retrieved his sword and pointed it at Yuan. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to lay your filthy hands on my woman, I will make you regret ever being born. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise, and he asked, Huh? When did I ever lay a hand on your woman? Don't act dumb. Healer Wang is my woman. I have had my eyes on her ever since she entered the sect, and I will do everything and anything to get my hands on her. Disciple Gu shouted. However, to their surprise, Yuan started laughing. What's so damn funny? Everything. Yuan smiled. I see. So you still don't understand your current situation? Huh? Don't worry. I will help you come to a realization very soon. Disciple Gu began approaching Yuan, but he was stopped by Elder Gu. Uncle, wait. There's no need to be impatient. I still need to question him. Once I am done, you can have all the fun you want with him. Elder Gu said, Chain him to the wall. He commanded the other disciples. Yuan didn't resist and allowed them to chain him to the wall in one of the prison cells. If you're smart, you will answer my questions truthfully. Elder Gu stood before him and began questioning him. What's your name? Yuan. What's your relationship with Healer Wang? We're only friends. What is your background? I don't have one. Which sect do you belong to? I'm what you call a rogue cultivator. I don't belong to any sect at this moment. What about your family? They threw me out for being useless. In other words, you're a nobody, which means we can kill you without offending anyone. You can forget about ever leaving this place now. Disciple Gu laughed out loud. What about Healer Wang? She'll be sad and angry if you kill me. Yuan asked. Don't worry about her. She'll forget about you once we feed her a mind invasion pill. A what? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Young master, a mind invasion pill can alter one's memories, and that includes erasing their memories. Feng Yuxiang explained. A soon-to-be dead man doesn't need to know. Disciple Gu said with a grim smile on his face. How did you sneak into the sect? Elder Gu continued to question Yuan. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. I flew in here. With your sect master. Yuan said with a smile. What? Elder Gu immediately frowned. You heard me. You know the sect master? Not just the sect master. I also happen to know your patriarch, Patriarch Gu. We're practically best friends. He's fucking with us. Disciple Gu exclaimed. If you don't believe me, you can contact your patriarch and ask him yourself. Just tell him my name. He knows it very well. Shut your damn mouth. Disciple Gu suddenly rushed into the cell and swung his sword at Yuan, who was defensively chained to the wall. Wait! Elder Gu tried to stop his nephew, but Disciple Gu was too fast, and the sword in his hand was already in a swinging motion. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. However, I will take one of your limbs. Disciple Gu laughed as his sword mercilessly chopped at Yuan's right leg. Ding! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and it felt like he'd struck a block of steel with his sword for Disciple Gu. The sword flew out of his hand almost instantly after attacking Yuan, landing a few meters away. What the fuck? He muttered in a dumbfounded voice. Surprised? Yuan asked him with a smile. You'll need a little more arm strength if you want to take my leg. I don't know what kind of trick that was, but you're still chained to the wall. What can you do in such a state? And the longer it takes to kill you, the more I will enjoy it. So resist as much as you want. Yuan suddenly yanked his arm, ripping the chains off the wall. He then snapped the handcuffs into two parts with ease. What were you saying? Yuan looked at Disciple Gu with a nonchalant expression on his face. I am possible. Those handcuffs are made from spirit sealing crystals. Did he break them with his raw strength? The other disciples exclaimed. You don't believe that I know your patriarch, right? If that's the case, then how come I have this in my possession? Yuan retrieved one of the treasures he'd acquired from Patriarch Gu and showed it to them. That's impossible. Why do you have that? Elder Gu exclaimed in a baffled voice. That's definitely one of our Gu family's heirlooms. The Grail of Truth. I can even sense our destiny seal on it. He cried inwardly. If you want to know how I got this treasure, go ask your patriarch. He was the one who gave it to me, after all. Yuan said with a mysterious smile on his face. Meanwhile, Sect Master Li's talisman arrived at the Gu family's residence, alerting them of the situation at the Spirit Healing Academy. Chapter 925, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 925. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 925. Release him. Patriarch Gu, you have a message. The person who acquired Sect Master Li's message went to find him. What is it? Patriarch Gu was immediately annoyed. After his immense defeat and embarrassment caused by Yuan, Patriarch Gu has become easily irritable, so much so that even the slightest annoyance would cause his brows to frown and his blood to boil. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Academy has sent us a message, said the person with the talisman. Sect Master Li? What does he want from us? If this is about what happened recently, just ignore it. Patriarch Gu said, No, this is different. Although I don't understand the message, the Sect Master sounded a little nervous. The person handed the talisman to Patriarch Gu. Patriarch Gu sucked his teeth in an annoyed manner and activated the talisman. Sect Master Li's voice resounded in his head the next moment. This is Sect Master Li of the Heavenly Academy. Something has happened within the Spirit Healing Academy that you should probably be aware of, considering what happened to your family recently. Elder Gu, who is the head of the disciplinary squad, has taken Yuan captive and is currently questioning him. You should know firsthand what happens if you offend Yuan, hence this message. Fuck, this damn little brother of mine. Why is he messing with the one person he shouldn't mess with? And so soon after what happened between the Gu family and him, Patriarch Gu tossed the talisman at the wall in an angry manner. I'm going to visit the Spirit Healing Academy. Hopefully, I won't be too late to save his pitiful life. Not daring to waste any more time, Patriarch Gu flew towards the Spirit Healing Academy on his flying treasure. Meanwhile, Sect Master Xiaoho returned to the sect. As Sect Master, what happened to the meeting? Elder Yong was surprised to see the Sect Master return so quickly. Where's my disciple? She asked him, her appearance all messed up from the rush. She went to the disciplinary squad's headquarters after I sent you the message, he said. Anyways, what's this all about? I don't have time to explain. Thank you for sending me the message. Sect Master Xiaoho didn't explain any further and rushed to find Wang Xiaoying. Looks like the Spirit Healing Academy is still intact. Thankfully, Bainju said after the rest of the sect masters arrived at the sect. At the disciplinary squad's headquarters, Wang Xiaoying was arguing with the disciples working there. Where did you take my friend? The sect master is aware of the situation, and it will only be a matter of time before she returns. If you let my friend go, I will not press charges against you. Wang Xiaoying said, Please calm down, Senior Apprentice Sister Wang. We have no idea what you're talking about. What friend? The disciples of the headquarters were completely clueless. Nonsense. Your leader, Elder Gu, took my friend in for questioning. I saw it with my own eyes, as did many other disciples. You won't be able to cover for them. Why would we lie to you, Senior Apprentice Sister Wang? It's true that Elder Gu had left with some disciples some time ago, but they haven't returned since then, and nobody seems to know where he's gone. The disciple at the counter said, feeling an urge to cry. Are you serious? Then where did they take my friend? Wang Xiaoying exclaimed. I'm sorry, but I wish we knew. They all shook their heads. Then do you know where they could have taken my friend? Wang Xiaoying did not give up and continued to pressure them. Sometime later, Sect Master Xiaoho arrived at the disciplinary squad's headquarters. Sect Master, all of the disciples there greeted her the moment they noticed her presence. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. And Master, you're back. Wang Xiaoying rushed to her master with a relieved expression on her face. Now that Master is here, they will have no choice but to release you on. Master, they called my friend a spy and took him in for questioning when he did nothing wrong. Wang Xiaoying made sure to put on the most desperate and unhappy expression she could possibly make while asking for her master's help. This friend of yours, is he a young man named Yuan? Sect Master Xiaoho asked her, silently hoping to herself that Wang Xiaoying had another friend besides Yuan. Why you know my friend Yuan? How do you know each? I mean, yes. My friend, Yuan, was taken by Elder Gu and the disciplinary squad. Wang Xiaoying nodded her head viciously. The frown on Sect Master Xiaoho's face deepened, and she immediately approached the disciples working at the front desk. Release him right this moment, she said to them in an angry and demanding voice. However, nobody there moved. Did you not hear me? I will not repeat myself. She roared, causing them to tremble in fear. As Sect Master, it's not that we don't want to release him. We don't even know where he is. Elder Gu hasn't returned since he left, and there's nobody in our cells right now. You can even check for yourself. The disciples there explained the situation to her. What? How is this possible? Sect Master Xiaoho frowned. Damn it. What the fuck are you doing, Elder Gu? Are you trying to destroy our sect? She cried inwardly. If he's not here, then hurry up and contact him. Sect Master Xiaoho shouted after snapping out her days. WEV, he tried that as well. Sect Master. Elder Gu isn't answering his communication jade slip either. Fuck. Sect Master Xiaoho slammed her fist into the desk before her, shattering it into countless pieces, shocking everyone there, including Wang Xiaoying. And Master, let's all calm down a little, Wang Xiaoying said, feeling completely baffled by her master's outburst. After all, Yuan was her #1 idol, friend, and patient, yet she wasn't anywhere as outraged and emotional as her master. Calm down. Do you have any idea who they're messing with? That crazy monster dared to kill Sect Master's son in front of the other sect masters for trying to hurt his friends. He will destroy our sect at this rate. Sect Master Xiaoho exclaimed. W what? Everyone there was left speechless by the sect master's outrageous claim. Chapter 926, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 926. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 926. Answer my question or die. W, what did you just say? Yuan killed the sect master of the Universal Music Academy. Wang Xiaoying stared at her master with a look of disbelief on her face. There must have been some sort of mistake, master. Yuan isn't the type to kill another person. He's really kind and gentle. I doubt he would even hurt a fly. Sect Master Xiaoho looked at Wang Xiaoying and frowned. Are you sure we're talking about the same Yuan? I watched him kill Sun Hao with my own eyes. Of course, it wasn't as though Sun Hao was completely innocent. Holy shit, senior apprentice Sister Wang's friend is responsible for Sect Master Sun's death? I heard of the rumors, but to think that it was actually true. The disciples there were shocked to learn the truth. We could talk about this later. We need to find them right now before it's too late. Sect Master Xiaoho suddenly said. Sect Master Xiaoho, what's the current situation? The other sect masters finally caught up with her and asked, what are you guys doing here? Sect Master Xiaoho asked them with a surprised face. We're here for insurance. All of our sects rely on the Spirit Healing Academy for pills and medicine, so we cannot allow it to fall so easily. Sect Masterly said, although the Spirit Healing Academy is the weakest in the Alliance in terms of prowess, they're actually the most important. Without the Spirit Healing Academy, the other sects will have to spend much more money on pills and other medicine. Sect Master Xiaoho proceeded to explain the situation to the other sect masters. What? You cannot find them. How is that even possible? I really don't know what's going on. Sect Master Xiaoho shook her head. She turned to look at Wang Xiaoying and asked, can you tell us exactly what happened before Elder Gu took him away? Wang Xiaoying nodded and recalled everything from the moment she met Yuan to the moment they left the alchemy store where the disciplinary squad showed up. What? Disciple Gu is also involved in this mess. If we cannot contact Elder Gu, maybe we can contact Disciple Gu through his master, Elder Song. Sect Master Xiaoho said. They left the disciplinary squad's headquarters shortly after and went to find Elder Song, Disciple Gu's master and Sect Master Xiao's right-hand man. Sometime later, Sect Master and other Sect Masters. Why are all of you here? What happened to the meeting? Elder Song was shocked to see them gather inside his room. Elder Song, I need you to contact your disciple right now. Sect Master Xiaoho said to him. My disciple? Which one? Elder Song raised an eyebrow. Disciple Gu. Gu Zhiding? Did he do something? For the sect master to be asking for him. If he did anything wrong, I will personally lecture him when he returns. We don't have the luxury to wait. Hurry up and contact him. Sect Master Xiaoho suddenly roared at him. Elder Song nearly had a heart attack. Although this isn't his first time being yelled at by her, it was never this severe. Gu Zhiding, what in heaven's name did you do to anger the sect master to such an extent? Even the other sect masters are here. Fuck me. Elder Song cried inwardly as he retrieved his communication jade slip and called Disciple Gu. Meanwhile, back at the underground prison, a few moments after Yuan broke out of his restraints, Disciple Gu felt his communication jade slip trembling. You uncle, it's my master. He's calling for me, for some reason. Disciple Gu said to him. Ignore it. We have more important things to deal with right now. Elder Gu quickly said. Yuan smiled and said, go ahead and answer it. I'm sure it's very important. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I promise. Shut up. Nobody asked for your input. Disciple Gu shouted. Yuan shrugged. Suit yourself. Answer me. Where did you get that treasure? If you don't answer me right now, I will kill you where you stand. Elder Gu suddenly roared, and he released his cultivation base that was at the first level of Spirit King. Are you sure you want to do that here? The ground will collapse on us if you act too crazy. Yuan said in a calm voice. I will not repeat myself. Answer my question or die. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. However, instead of answering Elder Gu's question, Yuan retrieved another treasure that belonged to their Gu family. That's. Even Disciple Gu recognized the treasure this time. Bastard, how did you acquire those treasures? Elder Gu was fuming so hard that his entire face was covered in bulging vessels that could pop at any moment. Go ask your patriarch. Yuan smiled. Then die for me. Elder Gu could no longer endure his anger and released his cultivation base at Yuan. Boom! The entire underground collapsed from the attack, but neither Elder Gu nor his people were harmed, as they were protected by his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, back at the sect, Elder Tsang shook his head. I've tried contacting Gu Zhiding many times, but he's not answering. Fuck. Sect Master Xiaohou cursed again. It was at this moment everyone in the room suddenly sensed a ripple in the air that was caused by Elder Gu's powerful attack. Did anyone feel that just now? Someone is fighting nearby. Judging by the strength of the ripple, it was caused by a Spirit King. The only Spirit King beside us in this place is Elder Gu. Sect Master Xiaohou said, "Let's go." Everybody there immediately rushed out of the building and followed the direction the ripple was coming from. They arrived at the collapsed cave a few minutes later, and when they arrived, Elder Gu and the others were still at the scene, as they wanted to make sure that Yuan was dead before they left. Elder Gu, what is the meaning of this? As Sect Master, what are you doing here? Elder Gu had the same reaction as Elder Tsang, but he was more nervous. But before Sect Master Xiaohou could even respond, another person showed up to the scene. Elder Brother, Father, it was Patriarch Gu, and he had a terrified look on his face. Chapter 927, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 927. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 927. Grail of Truth, Patriarch Gu? What is he doing here? The other sect masters were surprised to see him as well. However, Patriarch Gu ignored all of their gazes and focused on the collapsed cave with a terrified look on his face. He then looked at Elder Gu and Disciple Gu. What have you two done? He asked them in a low and dispirited voice. Elder Brother, I just took care of some bastard that had stolen our Gu family's treasures. Believe it or not, he had our Grail of Truth, and, you fool, Patriarch Gu roared. Did you not hear about what had happened to our family? Did you really think that we'd encountered a calamity? Patriarch Gu pointed at the collapsed cave and continued. The person you just buried was that calamity. What? Are you saying that he was the one who crippled our family and killed our spirit lords? If that's the case, then I have avenged our family. He's dead. Elder Gu laughed out loud. You really think you had killed him? Sect Master Li suddenly spoke, and he continued. Even 6 sect masters from the 7 spirit academies was not enough to defeat him. What? Elder Gu and Disciple Gu looked at the sect master with wide eyes. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and before anyone there could react, almost as though a volcano had erupted, the collapsed cave suddenly exploded into the air. A figure could be seen flying out of the rubble a moment later. Of course, it was Yuan, and he was completely unharmed. Why you? Elder Gu stared at Yuan with a shocked look on his face. How did he survive my attack? I used all of my cultivation in that attack. He cried inwardly. Yuan quickly noticed that there were more people than before. He glanced at them and smiled. Yuan, are you okay? Wang Xiaoying asked him while standing behind the sect masters on her flying treasure. Yes, I am fine. However, believe it or not, these guys just tried to kill me. I was so scared. Yuan chuckled. Yuan, listen to me. Sect Master Xiaohou suddenly spoke. What happened between you and Elder Gu and Disciple Gu has nothing to do with my Spirit Healing Academy. I came back as soon as I heard about it. Please forgive us. In fact, I hereby strip them of their statuses and exile them from my sect. They no longer have anything to do with us. What? You can't do that to us, Sect Master. Disciple Gu exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I never planned on doing anything to your sect. After all, my friend is studying there. Furthermore, I am not so unreasonable that I would punish an entire sect because of two people's actions. He then turned to look at the disciplinary squad and continued, Since you guys were only following orders, I will also forgive you. Now get out of here before I change my mind. The disciples following Elder Gu immediately turned around and started running back to the sect. Once it was just Elder Gu and Disciple Gu, Yuan turned to look at them and mumbled out loud, Now what should I do with them? Not only did you plot to kill me just because I'm friends with Healer Wong, but you also planned on feeding her a mind invasion pill to alter her memories. It wouldn't be unreasonable to kill the both of you, right? What? They wanted to feed me the mind invasion pill? Wang Xiaoying exclaimed in a terrified voice after hearing this information. You too. I'm speechless. Even the other sect masters were baffled to hear such information. Please wait. Patriarch Gu suddenly shouted, and he continued, I know they have wronged you, but please, can you spare their lives? The Gu family will compensate for this incident. We will give you anything you want. Gu Zhiding is my only son, and that foolish young brother of mine is the only brother I have. If you kill them, I will truly have nothing left. Yuan turned to face Patriarch Gu, who had a desperate expression on his face. You want me to forgive them after everything today? What do you think happened when I forgave Sun Hao? He immediately ignored my warning and spat on my kindness by going to your Gu family. If I forgive them after everything they've done, they will definitely come back to bite me in the future, and I cannot risk doing that. Yuan said in a cold voice. It won't happen. I promise. I swear on my surname that they will not trouble you ever again in the future. Yuan turned to look at Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding, who were completely soaked in sweat. Tell me, if I forgive you, will you promise to never bother me or Healer Wong ever again? He asked them in a calm voice. We promise. We will never bother you or Healer Wong ever again. They both promised simultaneously. Yuan silently stared at them with a pondering look. After a moment of silence, he turned to look at Patriarch Gu and smiled. Patriarch Gu subconsciously smiled back. What a pity, Yuan suddenly said as his expression turned cold. What? The smile on Patriarch Gu's face immediately flipped upside down. Yuan revealed a certain treasure to them. That's. Patriarch Gu's eyes widened with shock. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. That's right. It's the Grail of Truth. As long as I have this, you cannot lie to me. Yuan said, Grail of Truth, grade, divine, quality, peak, description, a powerful treasure once owned by the Sacred Temple of Truth. The Grail of Truth will expose all liars and emit a golden glow when someone lies before its presence. The Grail of Truth before them was glowing, meaning that someone had lied just now, and the only people that had the chance to lie were Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding. Wait, give us a chance to explain. Elder Gu immediately shouted. I already gave you both plenty of chances, and unfortunately, you just used up your last chance. Yuan said in a nonchalant manner. Tell me. Father, I don't want to die. Gu Zhiding began crying with a runny nose. Please, you can even take away their cultivation. Just spare their lives. Patriarch Gu pleaded. However, Yuan pretended to not hear their voices and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord, his intentions clear. The sect masters distanced themselves, as they did not want to be caught up in their mess. Patriarch Gu wanted to stop Yuan, but he was afraid that by doing so, Yuan would take his anger out on him and his Gu family afterward. Therefore, he could only use his voice to beg for their lives. Unfortunately, Yuan had no intentions to spare them. Here's a suggestion for your next life. Stay out of trouble, Yuan said to them as he swung the Empyrean Overlord, sending a powerful wave of sword aura at them. Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding were so terrified by the pressure that they couldn't even defend themselves. And right as the sword aura was about to hit them, a figure suddenly appeared before them like a ghost and blocked the attack. Yuan raised an eyebrow after seeing this newcomer with a face that he didn't recognize. Although Yuan didn't recognize this person, the sect masters and patriarch Gu recognized him. Lord Ji, the sect masters exclaimed in a surprised manner. However, patriarch Gu appeared to be more relieved than surprised, almost as though he was expecting this person to appear. This newcomer, known as Lord Ji, narrowed his eyes on his own arms after blocking Yuan's attack, feeling a little numb because of it. Who are you? Yuan asked him in a calm voice. Hello, young man. I am known as Lord Ji, and I am the current lord of this realm. My Ji family oversees the 9 heavens, at least up to the 4th heaven. Lord of Spirit Heaven, Yuan mumbled. He recalled such a thing being mentioned before, that every world besides the lower heavens will have a lord that oversees it. Because of my status, I don't normally intervene in conflicts that don't greatly affect the balance of the world. So me killing these two will somehow greatly affect the balance of this world. Yuan asked. No, it won't. Then why are you here? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Because a friend of mine asked for help. Lord Ji responded with a calm smile on his face. Chapter 928. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds AM. Chapter 928. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 928. Lord Ji, the friend, huh? Yuan glanced at Patriarch Gu, who looked much better than before in terms of appearance, almost as though he'd been resurrected. Lord Ji smiled and said, There's no point in hiding the truth. Indeed, it was Patriarch Gu who asked me for help. And to tell you the truth, I have been watching you ever since you came out of the stairway to heaven, Yuan. Huh? You have been stalking me since I came to Spirit Heaven? Yuan was surprised to learn this information, even a little creeped out by it. Lord Ji laughed out loud. No, I wouldn't call it stalking. I didn't physically watch you with my own eyes. I simply gathered information about you. You had piqued my interest, so I wanted to know more about you, to understand you. Unfortunately, I still cannot understand your existence, even as we speak. Your background is a complete mystery, almost non-existent, almost as though you'd suddenly popped into this world. Tell me, where did you come from? Lord Ji narrowed his sharp eyes at Yuan. Yuan remained calm and said, Sorry, but I don't have the time to chit-chat with you. Then when will you have time? I will think about it after I kill those two behind you. Lord Ji's eyes widened, and he proceeded to speak in a surprised voice. You still have thoughts about killing them, even though I am clearly trying to protect them? No one has ever dared to stand up to me like this, not even when I was little. Of course, they try to kill me and harm my friend, and they clearly won't stop even if I forgive them today. Lord Ji sighed. Why don't you give me some face today and let them go, Yuan? I promise you that I will make it worthwhile. Nothing good will come out of going against my Ji family. Let's just be friends with each other, okay? Yuan sneered at his words and spoke. Unfortunately, I don't want to be friends with someone who is willing to protect these good-for-nothing that wouldn't think twice before plotting against others. I don't care if you're the lord of this realm or if your family oversees the 9 heavens. Nothing will stop me from killing these two today. The friendly smile on Lord Ji's face disappeared after he heard Yuan's words, and it was replaced by a cold expression. You're going to challenge the stairway to heaven soon, right? I have no doubt that you will be able to pass the trials and reach the 3rd heaven with your talents. But once you ascend, you will not be able to return without my Ji family's permission. Once you are gone, who will protect your friends? Who will be able to stop me or anyone from harming your friends? Lord Ji narrowed his eyes at Yuan. Although Yuan isn't aware of it, Lord Ji was only bluffing. As the Lord of Spirit Heaven, he cannot act against the residences of the world he governs without a proper reason, or he will be punished by the heavens and have his authority stripped. This means that even if he hates someone with all of his guts, he cannot harm that individual unless that person does something that violates the laws of this world and blatantly goes against the heavens. With that being said, that doesn't restrict Patriarch Gu and his family from harming Wang Xiuying and the others once Yuan leaves this world, so that is a possibility. So what you're saying is that I should remove the Ji family and the Gu family from this world before I ascend to the next world, right? As much as I hate killing, if it means my friends are safe. Yuan suddenly released his cultivation base. What a terrifying aura. Even though he's only a spirit lord, he emits a pressure that surpasses even mine as a peak spirit king. Lord Ji was shocked inwardly by Yuan's talents. Yuan's aura was so powerful that it choked Patriarch Gu, who was a spirit king. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Calm down, Yuan. I won't fight you. In fact, I cannot harm you until you attack me. Lord Ji raised his hand to surrender. If you really want to kill these two behind me, I won't stop you. What? Lord Ji, you cannot abandon them after giving us hope. It's too cruel. Patriarch Gu was shocked to hear such words. Please, Lord Ji, save us. Disciple Gu cried out loud. Lord Ji looked at Patriarch Gu and said, You know that I cannot physically intervene in your conflicts. I've already done everything that I could. I thought that word would be enough to stop this young man, but I was wrong. He's more crazy than I thought, crazy enough to threaten my Ji family. He then faced Yuan and continued, I admire your attitude and boldness, Yuan. However, you have caused me to lose face before so many influential people today, and nobody that goes against me or my Ji family has ever gone away unpunished. It might not happen tomorrow or a month later, but mark my words, I will not forget this slap in my face, Yuan. Despite showing no signs of anger, his voice was so cold that it caused everyone there but Yuan to tremble in fear. This is your last chance. Choose wisely. Lord Ji suddenly moved away from Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding, giving Yuan a clear path to them. Yuan narrowed his eyes on Lord Ji, wondering if it was a trap. However, Lord Ji showed no signs of wanting to interfere. Please, spare us. We were wrong. I swear that I won't harm you or your friends in the future. Elder Gu pleaded. And me too. I swear that I, however, before Gu Zhiding could even finish his sentence, Yuan mercilessly swung his sword, killing the both of them with his sword aura almost instantly. Brother. Son. No. Patriarch Gu roared in despair. Lord Ji took a deep breath after witnessing Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding's death, and he turned to look at Yuan with a vicious face, who was looking at the Grail of Truth, which was emitting a golden glow. I would have spared them if this treasure didn't have a reaction. Unfortunately, Yuan sighed in a low voice. Chapter 929, published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 929. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 929. Heaven's Judgment, this crazy bastard. Lord Ji mumbled in a low voice as he watched Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding's severed corpses fall to the ground from the sky. Is this what it feels like to be opposed? How interesting, he smiled inwardly. He really killed them. Wang Xiaoying was left speechless by Yuan's actions. She didn't think he would actually kill them. Sometime later, Yuan turned to look at Patriarch Gu and spoke in a calm voice. Are you going to avenge them now? Will you also plot to harm my friends once I am gone? However, Patriarch Gu remained silent. The Grail of Truth had a single weakness. If someone doesn't speak, it would not be able to detect any lies. However, by avoiding the Grail of Truth, they might as well be a liar. After all, there would be no point to avoid the Grail of Truth if one planned on speaking the truth. If you don't answer my question, I will kill you as well. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Patriarch Gu, who trembled upon feeling such gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice, Kill me if you want. I don't care anymore. He then turned to look at Lord Ji and clasped his hands before continuing. Thank you for responding to my request for help. Even if you were not able to save their lives, I am still grateful that you came, and I am indebted to you. Lord Ji silently nodded. Patriarch Gu turned to look at Yuan again for a moment before turning around and flying away. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Patriarch Gu, but he didn't chase after him. Young master, are you sure you want to let him go? My experience tells me that he will definitely try to avenge his son and brother in the future. Feng Yuxiang said to him. I know, Yuan said. Then why? His eyes lacked any will to live, and it reminds me of someone. I cannot kill him even if I want to. My body doesn't allow it. He sighed. The current patriarch, Gu, reminded Yuan of himself during his early years as a cripple. He had no reason to live, and he couldn't care less if he lived or died. This made him hesitant on killing Patriarch Gu. However, that doesn't mean I will allow him to harm my friends. They all believe that I won't be able to return to this place once I ascend, but that is not even close to being true. If he dares to try anything funny, I will come back down here and finish them off. What about this Lord G? His G family is incredibly powerful, even more powerful than the 7 legacy families. They will definitely try to suppress you, but I highly discourage you from fighting them. Although you might be able to defeat them now, you won't be able to deal with the G family in the upper heavens. Feng Yuxiang asked. I don't know. This Lord G is a weird one. I do not understand him at all. Yuan shook his head inwardly. And he continued, I guess we can only wait and see how everything goes. Once Patriarch Gu left the scene completely, Lord G spoke in a calm voice. You're really one crazy bastard, Yuan. Nobody has ever opposed me this openly. I'm both impressed and filled with rage right now. What do you think I should do with you? Yuan smiled and responded in a calm voice. You can forget about this incident. This is the best for both of us. Furthermore, you're not even supposed to be here in the first place. Lord G shook his head and spoke. Unfortunately, that is no longer possible. You have opposed me, causing me to lose a lot of face today. Personally, I am not one who cares too much about face, but the heavens watching us might think differently. If I don't punish you for opposing me, the heavens that have witnessed everything might deem me unworthy of the position of Lord and strip my status. And that is something I cannot allow, even if it costs me my life. The heavens. Yuan raised his eyebrows and lifted his head to look up. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. They're watching us now? Lord G smiled. The heavens are always watching us, all of us. Is that any different from the saying that God is always watching us? Yuan wondered to himself. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to fight me and reclaim your face? Yuan asked a moment later. No, I won't fight you. Violence isn't always the answer, and the G family has their own methods to deal with you. However, let's see what the heavens have to say about this. Lord G suddenly retrieved a clear double terminated crystal and raised it above him. Judgment, he shouted a moment later. A sea of white clouds began gathering above their location, but the clouds started turning darker in color as time passed. Within moments, the once white clouds were pitch black. Bang! A single lightning strike suddenly descended from the black clouds and struck the crystal in Lord G's grasp. The clear crystal began changing color shortly after, and within moments, it became just like the clouds, pitch black. This is, Lord G appeared to be shocked and terrified at the same time when he saw the results. He stared at the black crystal with wide eyes as the clouds began to disperse. Feng Feng, I have a bad feeling about this. Do you know what he's doing? Yuan asked her. The lords have the ability to call upon the heavens for judgment of certain individuals. This is my first time witnessing it personally, but I have heard rumors. If the crystal turns golden, it means the heavens are willing to forgive that person. The crystal can also turn red, but that means punishment for the person it judged. However, I have never heard of a pitch black crystal before. Feng Yuxiang said in a puzzled voice. Is that so? Yuan mumbled, and they all patiently waited for Lord G to announce the results of his judgment. Chapter 9:30. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 56 seconds a.m. Chapter 9:30. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:30. Tier 4 body tempering pill. Many moments passed since Lord G's crystal turned pitch black, but he hasn't uttered a single word since then. Yuan could no longer wait and asked him, Hey, what's the heaven's judgment? Judging by the ominous color, it can't be anything good, right? Lord G finally snapped out of his daze and turned to face Yuan with a profound frown on his face. And without explaining anything, he turned around and flew away. What the heck? He's running away? Yuan was dumbfounded by the Lord's action. Hey, where are you going? Come back here and explain the situation. He thought about chasing after Lord Ji, but he decided to let him go for now. What was that all about? Wang Xiaoying approached him afterward and asked. I have no idea. Yuan shrugged. Anyways, are you hurt? He asked her. I should be asking you that question. I'm fine. Yuan smiled. I apologize. If I didn't leave the sect, none of this would have happened. Sect Master Xiaoho apologized to him again. Don't kick yourself. It's not your fault. Yuan shook his head. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Yuan turned to look at the other sect masters. We were in a meeting when you interrupted us again. Sect Master Li said. After hearing about the situation from Sect Master Xiaoho, we decided to tag along just in case. Bianju said, just in case what? That I decided to destroy this place. Do I look like a villain to you? I am a reasonable person. I won't harm innocent people. Yuan laughed out loud. Anyways, let's go back. I want to soak in some hot water after all that. Luckily, I have a cauldron and some pills that I want to test out. While Yuan and Wang Xiaoying returned to the sect, Sect Master Xiaoho called for disciples to clean up the mess caused by the incident. Elder Gu and Gu Zhiding's corpses were gathered, stitched up, and sent back to the Gu family. As for the collapsed cave, the sect master decided to completely demolish it. The other sect masters returned to their own sect shortly after. My God, Yuan, it hasn't even been a full day since you arrived, and you've already caused so much chaos. Wang Xiaoying said to him after they returned to her living quarters. You're blaming me? I am a victim here. He exclaimed. I know, it's just a joke. By the way, are you really going to temper yourself with the Tier 4 and Tier 5 body tempering pills? I really think you should hold off on them for now. Yuan smiled. Have some faith in me. Anyways, how do I use this thing? He showed her the cauldron he just got. You need to form a connection with it first. Drop some of your blood on it and establish a connection with your spiritual sense. After that, you will be able to change its size with a thought. Yuan nodded and dropped some of his blood onto the cauldron. After he injected some of his spiritual energy into the cauldron, he could immediately feel a connection to it, almost like his connections with his servants. Once the connection was strong enough, Yuan could change the cauldron size with a mere thought, and it felt extremely natural, almost as though he'd been doing it for years. Wow, this is big enough to fit 4 people. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the cauldron's maximum size. Now you fill the cauldron up with water and heat it up using a flame technique. If you don't have any fire-making techniques, I can help you. Wang Xiaoying said, Actually, I might have one. However, I have never used it. Yuan proceeded to activate a technique that he'd learned early on but never got the chance to use. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Heavenly Fire Control. A ball of flame appeared on Yuan's palms. What do you think? It's a mortal rank technique meant for cooking. Yuan said with a smile on his face. Wang Xiaoying rubbed her temples and sighed. You won't be able to warm the cauldron with such a pitifully weak fire, much less warm the water. Is that so? Well, its description does say regular fire. Yuan shrugged. Don't worry, I will help you heat up the, however, before Wang Xiaoying could even finish her sentence. Feng Yuxiang appeared beside Yuan and used her phoenix fire to heat up the cauldron almost instantly. Why you are? Wang Xiaoying stared at Feng Yuxiang's pretty face for a moment before turning to admire her beautiful golden flames. Wow, what pretty and powerful flames. This must be named Alchemy Flame. Huh? Alchemy Flame? How dare you compare my phoenix fire to alchemy flames? My flames are much more special than any alchemy flame out there. Feng Yuxiang said in a bragging tone. Huh? Phoenix fire? I have never heard of such a thing before, said Wang Xiaoying in a dazed voice. I'm not surprised. Feng Yuxiang sneered. Yuan smiled and said, Feng is a divine beast, a phoenix. Wow, a phoenix? First dragons, now a phoenix? I always meet these mythical beings whenever I am with you, Yuan. Wang Xiaoying smiled. Sometime later, Yuan tossed the Tier 4 body tempering pill into the boiling hot water and watched it disappear almost instantly, turning the clear water into a murky green color. Yuan waited for a few more moments, just to be safe before removing his clothes and entering the cauldron. I should wait outside, Wang Xiaoying said with a flushed face after seeing Yuan's naked body. You can stay. I don't mind, Yuan said to her as he sat down. After taking a deep breath, he started absorbing the medicine, officially starting his body tempering. Yuan immediately gritted his teeth when he sensed pain, but it wasn't unbearable. In fact, it was nowhere near as painful as his first experience and when he tempered his body with Chu Liuxiang with the dragon scales. How do you feel, Yuan? You don't have to force yourself, Wang Xiaoying said to him in a nervous voice. I'm fine. This much pain is very bearable, he calmly said. No way, she mumbled with a dumbfounded look on her face. Chapter 9, 31. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 56 seconds AM. Chapter 9:31. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 9:31. Becoming an alchemist, since you're able to endure the pain and nothing seems to be wrong. I will leave you alone and go concoct some pills. How long will you be staying there? A single pill can last you a week even if you were soaked in it the entire time. Wang Xiaoying asked him. I'll temper my body for a few hours. It would be a waste of money if I leave so quickly, he said. Okay, have fun. Wang Xiaoying went to her room to concoct pills. 3 hours later, Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the clear water with raised eyebrows. I thought she said that it'd last a week. It's only been 3 hours since I started, and the medicine is already all gone. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Young master, did you already forget? You have a special body and incredible talents. It's only natural that you'd absorb the medicine much quicker than others. Feng Yuxiang said, I'm well aware of that, but when it takes only a few short hours to absorb a week's worth of medicine, at this rate, I will need to buy a lot of body tempering pills. I don't even dare to imagine how much money it will cost me if I want to temper my body for 1 month. Yuan sighed. The most efficient way to save money on pills is to concoct them yourself. Although the ingredients are costly as well, you can easily make a profit with a single decent pill. If you concoct 2 pills and sell one of them, you'll gain enough money to buy ingredients to concoct another 2 or 3 pills, even more if the pill is of high quality. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan sighed. So you're telling me to become an alchemist and concoct the pills myself? I wanted to be an alchemist at one point, but after learning the process, I gave up on that thought. No offense to Xiaoying and all the alchemists out there, but I just find it way too boring. Honestly, if I wasn't able to consume monster cores and raise my cultivation that way, I would have hated cultivation. Feng Yuxiang began pondering after hearing Yuan's words. I have a suggestion, she said a moment later, and she continued, if the young master refuses to do alchemy, why don't I concoct pills for you? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. You want to concoct pills for me? Do you know how to concoct pills? She shook her head. No, I have never concocted a pill before, nor do I have any experience in alchemy. Then how are you going to concoct pills? I can't ask you to learn alchemy just to help me save money. That's too much. Yuan rejected her idea. Feng Yuxiang then said, Actually, even if I don't have any experience, I am very confident in my abilities to concoct pills. After all, a large part of alchemy is basically how well one can control their flames. I may be a young phoenix, but I am very confident in my mastery over my own flames. Furthermore, my phoenix flame can rival even the best alchemy flames out there. I meet pretty much every necessary requisite for an alchemist. A powerful fire, perfect control over that fire, and I also have extensive knowledge on medicine and herbs because of my previous occupation. If you ask me, I am essentially an alchemist already. Yuan stared at her with a look of disbelief, and he mumbled in a low voice, If you put it that way, now I just need to successfully concoct a pill. Once that is done, I can call myself an alchemist and start concocting pills for you. I will be right back, young master. You can go ahead and try out the Tier 5 body tempering pill. Where are you going? He asked out of curiosity. I'm going to borrow your friend's cauldron and try to concoct a pill. After saying that, Feng Yuxiang left the room and went to find Wang Xiaoying, who was practicing Tier 4 pills in her own room. 71% purity. Huh. It'll probably take me another month before I can concoct Tier 4 pills with over 90% purity, Wang Xiaoying sighed. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Despite already having the ability to concoct Tier 4 pills without failing 10 out of 10 times, she won't consider it a success until she can concoct a Tier 4 pill with over 90% purity. In fact, she refuses to touch Tier 5 pills until she can successfully concoct a Tier 4 pill. This stubbornness has caused her master plenty of headaches. All right, let's try again. However, Feng Yuxiang knocked on her door right as she stood up to gather more ingredients. Did something happen to Yuan? Wang Xiaoying asked after seeing Feng Yuxiang standing outside her room. No, I came here because I have a request. Can you concoct a body-tempering pill for me? I also want to watch you make it. I don't mind, but can I ask why? Yuan is already using Tier 4 body-tempering pills, while I can only concoct Tier 3 body-tempering pills. I want to see if I can concoct a pill. Feng Yuxiang said. Wang Xiaoying raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. Are you an alchemist as well? I mean, you do have a very powerful fire. No, I am not yet. Why is that so? I guess I can concoct a Tier 3 body-tempering pill for you. Wang Xiaoying accepted her request. Thank you. While Wang Xiaoying gathered the ingredients, Feng Yuxiang took a seat in front of the cauldron right beside where Wang Xiaoying will be seated. Once Wang Xiaoying was seated and began concocting the pill, Feng Yuxiang paid close attention to her alchemy flame. From the temperature of Wang Xiaoying's alchemy flame to the way she adjusted its intensity, Feng Yuxiang memorized all of it with a single glance. Chapter 9:32. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 56 seconds a.m. Chapter 9:32. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 9:32. Feng Yuxiang's alchemy. While Feng Yuxiang went to watch Wang Xiaoying concoct pills, Yuan tested out the Tier 5 body-tempering pill. Shit, this is painful, he exclaimed in a shocked voice after trying to absorb the medicine. I didn't think the difference between Tier 4 and Tier 5 would be this vast. This pain is comparable to my first experience. However, despite the pain, Yuan felt relieved. After all, if the Tier 5 body-tempering pills were not strong enough, he would need to use Tier 6 body-tempering pills, and who knows how much a single one of those would cost. An hour later, Wang Xiaoying retrieved the Tier 3 body-tempering pill that she'd just concocted from the cauldron. How was that? She asked. I have memorized everything. Thank you. Now I would like to try. Feng Yuxiang said. You want to try? You know, I don't want to sound arrogant, but if concocting pills were this easy, everyone would be an alchemist. Maybe not human cultivators. However, in case you forgot, I am not human. I am a phoenix with fire mastery that most humans cannot even begin to comprehend. Feng Yuxiang stood up and asked, Can I use your medicines for my pill? Sure. Use as many as you want. Wang Xiaoying nodded. After gathering enough ingredients to concoct 3 Tier 3 body-tempering pills, Feng Yuxiang returned to the cauldron. If I cannot successfully concoct a pill with 3 attempts, I will admit defeat and learn alchemy from the beginning. Feng Yuxiang proceeded to summon her phoenix fire around the cauldron, and Wang Xiaoying stared with wide eyes. Her control over the flames is immaculate. She's even better than my master. Wang Xiaoying was shocked inwardly by Feng Yuxiang's performance, even though she hadn't even begun putting the ingredients inside. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang tossed the first ingredient into the cauldron and adjusted the strength of her flames so that it wouldn't burn the ingredient. My God, she melted the ingredient almost instantly and even destroyed all of the impurities at the same time. I have never seen anything like this before. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed inwardly as she watched Feng Yuxiang toss ingredients into the cauldron every 5 seconds. The speed of Feng Yuxiang's alchemy was truly shocking for someone like Wang Xiaoying, as it was many times faster than even her master, who was the best alchemist in the spirit heaven. Feng Yuxiang melted all of the ingredients needed to concoct the pill within minutes, and after another minute, she finished concocting the Tier 3 body tempering pill. Looks pretty good to me. What do you think? Feng Yuxiang handed the pill to Wang Xiaoying after glancing at it. Body tempering pill, Tier 3, purity, 99%, effects, used for body tempering. Toss in water and wait until the pill completely dissolves. Only recommended for spirit grandmasters and above. Description: concocted by Feng Yuxiang. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Unbelievable. You really concocted a Tier 3 body tempering pill on your first try. And it even has a 99% purity. Please tell me you were only joking with me when you said that you had no experience with alchemy. Wang Xiaoying looked at Feng Yuxiang with teary eyes. This is really my first time doing alchemy. Feng Yuxiang calmly shrugged. And to Feng Yuxiang's surprise, Wang Xiaoying suddenly began crying. If Yuan has someone as talented as you by his side, there's no longer any reason for someone like me to exist. All of my efforts would be in vain. And alchemy is the only thing that I am good with in this world. Why am I so unlucky? I only wanted to be helpful to him. Feng Yuxiang was completely baffled by Wang Xiaoying's sudden outburst. She didn't think that she would upset Wang Xiaoying this much by concocting a single pill. I'm sorry, but I don't really understand, Feng Yuxiang said a few moments later. Wang Xiaoying wiped her tears and said, Yuan is a very talented person. Some may even say that he's too talented. He's also someone that I idolize very much, so I want to help him in any way that I can. However, since he's very talented, there are very few things that I can help him with. The field of medicine is one of these very few things that Yuan has zero experience and interest in. So, I came to this place to study alchemy. I wanted to help Yuan with the pills that I concocted. However, now that you're in the picture, I will no longer need to concoct any pills for him since he'll definitely do much better than me. Do you understand my frustration now? Feng Yuxiang nodded in a dazed manner. Believe it or not, I actually understand your feelings very well. I also want to help him, but besides offering him treasures and some of my knowledge, there's really not much that I can do to assist him, and he will eventually acquire more treasures and knowledge than me. However, he just told me that he's reluctant to learn alchemy since he finds it very boring, and that's when I got the idea of becoming an alchemist. This way, I will be able to stand by his side and not feel useless even in the future when he's standing at the peak of this world. I see. If that's the case, then I don't mind giving up on alchemy. As a nurse, I only want what's best for my patients, and you're clearly the best out there, at least way better than me. Wang Xiaoying sighed. What? You're going to give up alchemy because of this? That's nonsense. Feng Yuxiang said. I mean, I only started alchemy so that I could help him. Is there a point for me to continue if I cannot help him? Of course. Don't you enjoy concocting pills? You even said it yourself that you do. I will take care of the young master in your place, so you should start concocting pills for yourself. Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued. Furthermore, the young master will be leaving this world soon. Unless you plan on ascending with him, you won't be able to help him with your alchemy. What? Yuan is leaving this world already. He got here. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed after learning this information for the first time. Chapter 9:33. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 56 seconds a.m. Chapter 9:33. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:33. Violet Shielan's fire. WN, is he leaving? Wang Xiaoying asked afterward. Soon. Probably after he finishes visiting this place. Feng Yuxiang said. What? That's less than a week. Yes. That's why I don't recommend you quit being an alchemist. Unless you ascend with him, you won't be able to help him. After all, it's not like he can come down here every time he needs some pills from you. Furthermore, you're very talented in alchemy. It would be a waste of talent if you stop now. Wang Xiaoying sighed. I guess so. You know, as a phoenix, I was born with the talent to control flames, and I have over 100,000 years of experience. You, on the other hand, are a human with less than 20 years of experience. If you continue being an alchemist, I have no doubt you'll eventually surpass me in the future. Wang Xiaoying nodded with a serious expression on her face. Then I will continue to practice alchemy with a new goal in mind, to surpass you and stand by Yuan's side as his #1 alchemist in the future. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, and I will start studying alchemy seriously so that I can continue being his alchemist. I won't go easy on you. I would never ask you to go easy on me, or that would make this entire thing meaningless. After all, we both want the best for Yuan. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Now, then if I want to study alchemy, I will need some manuals. Does the alchemy store sell them? Yes, they do, but they will only sell them to disciples of the sect. If you want some manuals, you could take mine. I no longer have any use for them since I've already memorized everything. Wang Xiaoying retrieved over 20 manuals and scrolls on alchemy and medicine, placing them before Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, in exchange for your manuals, I will give you some treasures. What do you want? Weapons? Rare ingredients? It's okay, I don't need any payment. These manuals aren't that expensive, either. They cost less than 1,000 gold coins together. I don't like owing debt to anyone. Even if they're worth 1 gold coin, I will pay for it. Feng Yuxiang shook her head. She started searching inside her spatial ring the very next moment. A few moments later, Feng Yuxiang retrieved a pill-sized clear marble that contained purple flames. I will give you this for the manuals. Feng Yuxiang handed this fiery marble to Wang Xiaoying. What's this? Wang Xiaoying asked as she accepted the marble. This marble contains fire from a violet qilin, a powerful and rare magical beast known for their natural fire mastery. If you consume this treasure, you will gain the magical beast talent, which will greatly boost your control of most flames out there, including alchemy flames. Wow, are you sure you want to give me this treasure? It looks and sounds very expensive. How much would a treasure like this cost? Wang Xiaoying asked out of curiosity. Somewhere between 50 to 60 million spirit stones, I guess. 50 million spirit stones. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed in a shocked voice. This treasure is way too valuable. My manuals are only worth 1,000 gold coins at most. Feng Yuxiang shrugged and said, consider this as an investment. An investment? For what? Wang Xiaoying raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, while I don't like owing debts, I love it when people owe me. In the future, if I need something from you, just remember this debt you owe me. That's all. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. That sounds very suspicious. Like a loan shark. You won't ask me to do something ridiculous, right? Wang Xiaoying said in a doubtful voice. Who knows? Wang Xiaoying swallowed nervously. However, despite such a suspicious deal, she could not refuse the violet qilin's fire. Since she is Yuan's friend, I can trust her, probably. And this treasure is just too good. I will definitely regret it for a very long time if I don't accept it. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xiaoying gave up and said, fine, I owe you. Anyways, how do I use this treasure? Do I just swallow it? Feng Yuxiang nodded. Yes, swallow the entire thing. If you break the marble, the fire will explode and kill you. That's incredibly dangerous. What if it explodes after I swallow it? Don't worry, the marble won't break that easily, and once it's in your stomach, it will slowly release the violet qilin's fire, but you will see results immediately. Also, your stomach will feel like it's on fire for the next few days, but it won't hurt you. Once you absorb all of the violet qilin's fire, your control with fire will significantly improve, almost as though you'd suddenly gained 1,000 years of experience. I understand. Thank you for the explanation and for this treasure. Wang Xiaoying gently placed the marble in her mouth and swallowed it. She could immediately feel her stomach's temperature increasing, and it was actually quite comfortable. A few moments later, Wang Xiaoying could no longer resist her curiosity and started playing around with her alchemy flame. And to her absolute shock, she could immediately see improvements just like Feng Yuxiang said. This is amazing. I can't believe how much I have improved already. Wang Xiaoying was jumping in joy as she danced around the room with her alchemy flames. If you're already this impressed, just wait until you finish absorbing the treasure, Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued, of course, you will need way more than this treasure to beat me. Thank you. I will definitely repay this debt. Wang Xiaoying suddenly approached Feng Yuxiang and embraced her tightly. Hey, who said you can hug me? Only the young master is allowed to be intimate with my body. Feng Yuxiang quickly pushed her away. Wang Xiaoying didn't mind being pushed away and even laughed. What a weird girl. Feng Yuxiang shook her head inwardly. Chapter 9, 34. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 5:25 and 56 seconds a.m. Chapter 934. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 934. Drastic improvements once she calmed down. Wang Xiaoying tried to concoct pills to see the results of the treasure. I did it. Tier 4 pill with 90% purity. And I thought I would need another month before I can reach this point. Wang Xiaoying kissed the pill in her hands with teary eyes. Feng Yuxiang watched with a pondering look on her face. Her improvements are insane, even considering that she'd consumed Violet Qilin's fire. She's simply improving too fast. Maybe she has a unique physique that's causing this? It's only been an hour since Wang Xiaoying consumed the treasure, but she's already able to improve her Tier 4 pills from 70% to 90% purity. This kind of improvement would normally need a day, but she was able to achieve such results in only an hour. Hey, what kind of physique do you have? Feng Yuxiang decided to ask her. Me? I have a physique called Pure Flame Physique. Pure Flame Physique, huh? That explains your tremendous improvements. Feng Yuxiang mumbled. Do you know what my physique is? Even my master doesn't know about it. Wang Xiaoying said. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, the Pure Flame Physique allows you to consume many different types of flames to improve your own cultivation, and the flames you absorb will also have strengthened results, meaning you acquire more benefits than what's normally gained. I must say it's one of the best physiques out there for alchemists. You got really lucky. I see. Wait, what kind of fire can I consume specifically? Wang Xiaoying then asked. You can consume most flames out there, including alchemy flames. Won't that be a waste? Consuming alchemy flames. No, it won't be wasted, since you'll be able to use all the flames you consume. Really? Does that mean I can also use the Violet Qilin's purple flames? Wang Xiaoying asked in an excited voice. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You'll still need enough cultivation to use the flames. If you want to use the Violet Qilin's purple flames, you will need to be at least a Spirit Emperor. A Spirit Emperor? How high is that? Above Spirit King. Spirit King, that's my master's cultivation. It will take years for me to reach that kind of level. Not even mentioning Spirit Emperor. Wang Xiaoying exclaimed. There's nothing I can do about that. The Violet Qilin is a powerful magical beast found in the fourth heaven and above, so it's only natural that you need a high cultivation base to use it. Wang Xiaoying sighed. Guess I will have to give up on this matter for now. Sometime later, Wang Xiaoying continued to concoct Tier 4 pills until she could concoct above 90% purity 10 out of 10 times. When the sky started turning dark, Yuan finished his body tempering and went to meet with the other two. How did it go, Feng Feng? Were you able to concoct a pill? Yuan asked her. Take a look at this. Feng Yuxiang showed him the Tier 3 body tempering pill that she concocted. Wow, you actually did it? That's amazing. Sorry I doubted you. Don't worry about it. Now, we will be able to save a lot of money on pills, and you will essentially have an endless source of body tempering pills. Yuan nodded. How long do you think it will take you to be able to concoct Tier 5 body tempering pills? I can't say right now, but it shouldn't take too long, considering how easy I was able to concoct a Tier 3 pill. All right, I will leave it to you. Anyways, I will see you tomorrow, Xiaoying. Our tour was cut short today, but we can resume it tomorrow. Yuan said to her. Sure thing. Young master, can I borrow your cauldron for now? I want to start practicing alchemy immediately. Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked him. Of course. I left it in the other room. Thank you. Yuan logged off the game shortly after. Wang Xiaoying continued to concoct pills for another hour before leaving too. As for Feng Yuxiang, she would spend the rest of the night practicing her alchemy. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The following day, when Yuan returned to Cultivation Online, Feng Yuxiang greeted him with a wide smile on her face. What's up, Feng? Did something good happen? He asked her. Look at this. Feng Yuxiang showed him the pill in her hands. Body tempering pill, tier, for purity, 94%. Effects, used for body tempering. Toss in water and wait until the pill completely dissolves. Only recommended for spirit grandmasters and above. Description, concocted by Feng Yuxiang. Tier 4 body tempering pill. You can already concoct tier 4 pills? Yuan was surprised by her ridiculous improvement speed. At this rate, she will be able to concoct tier 5 pills by tomorrow. I wanted to try concocting a tier 5 body tempering pill, but even your friend doesn't have a recipe for it. I see. Let's try asking Sect Master Xiaoho for it later. Okay. Wang Xiaoying logged on about an hour later. I wanted to watch the competition with you today, but because of what happened yesterday, it was cancelled. Disciple Gu was a competitor, after all. Then let's do something else. Yuan said. She nodded. We can continue where we left off yesterday. Sure. They made their way to the alchemy store shortly after. Once they arrived, Wang Xiaoying started showing Yuan around the rest of the sect. This is where lectures are given. Elders will show up once a week and concoct pills before the disciples. This is the study hall, where we memorize all sorts of medicine out there with our eyes and nose. This is where disciples with no money can go to practice their alchemy. Outer court disciples have access to the normal cauldrons, while inner court disciples have access to enhanced cauldrons. After showing Yuan almost everything there is to see, Wang Xiaoying asked him, What do you want to do now? Do you think we can see your master now? I want to see if we can buy the recipe for the tier 5 body tempering pill. Then let's go to her headquarters and see if she's there. Okay. Yuan nodded. Chapter 935. Published at 5th of May, 2022, 12:39 and 16 seconds p.m. Chapter 935. 935 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 935. Number 1 servant upon Yuan's request. Wang Xiaoying brought him to the sect master's headquarters. Master, are you inside? Wang Xiaoying knocked on her door. As sect master Zaihe's disciple, Wang Xiaoying had access to the building, so she could enter and leave as she pleased, something even a lot of sect elders couldn't do. Yes, I am here. Sect master Zaihe's voice quickly resounded. After all, she couldn't risk accidentally offending Yuan again, so she decided to stay in the sect until he leaves. Yuan would like to speak with you. Why, Yuan? See, come inside. The nervousness within sect master Xiaohao's voice was apparent, causing Wang Xiaoying to show a bittersweet smile as she opened the door and entered the room with Yuan. Hello, sect master. Yuan greeted her with a gentle smile. What do you want? However, in sect master Zai's eyes, his smile was very terrifying. After all, Yuan had the audacity to go against the Ji family that ruled almost half of the 9 heavens. I'd like to purchase the tier 5 body tempering pill from your sect. Yuan did not beat around the bush and said, Why do you need something like that? Do you plan on concocting them yourself? Sect master Xiaohou asked with a pondering look on her face. No, not me. My friend will be the one doing alchemy. Feng. The red-haired beauty Feng Yuxiang appeared in the room beside Yuan the next moment. My name is Feng Yuxiang. I am a young master's most loyal and number 1 servant. Feng Yuxiang introduced herself. However, before sect master Xiaohou could even respond, another figure appeared in the room, a petite figure with a cute face. Xiaohua will not let such comments slide. You sly bird. Xiaohua came first, so she is Brother Yuan's number 1 servant. Feng Yuxiang rubbed her nose in a cheeky manner and said, Oh yeah? While you may have been his first servant, I am definitely in the lead when it comes to helping him. and very soon I will help the young master even more with my alchemy. Xiao Hua gritted her teeth in frustration, but she was unable to refute Feng Yuxiang's words. It was true that Feng Yuxiang has been very helpful to Yuan as of late. Not only has she helped him save and earn a lot of money, but she even has what seems like an endless supply of valuable treasures for him. Now, that she'll also be concocting pills for Yuan. Feng Yuxiang's status as a servant has risen to a new level. At glance, Feng Yuxiang is definitely in the lead out of the three of them. Xiao Hua can also be useful to Brother Yuan, Xiao Hua said, and she started taking out powerful weapons and artifacts that emitted the aura of divine grade and even ancient grade treasures. Everyone in the room felt their jaw drop to the ground after seeing the amount of treasures in Xiao Hua's grasp. Here, Brother Yuan, take these. She offered them to him with a stubborn face. Yuan could only shake his head with a smile. Don't be silly. I never cared about who is more useful to me, nor will I ever rank you guys based on your usefulness. In my eyes, you're all my precious companions. However, despite Yuan's words, Xiao Hua did not feel content. Because of her rivalry with Feng Yuxiang, she couldn't help but feel like she was losing, that she was inferior. Feng, you should also stop thinking like that. It's an unhealthy mindset to have. Yuan scolded her next. Sorry, she sighed with her head lowered. They returned to his body shortly after. Yuan sighed, and he spoke. Anyways, I would like to purchase the Tier 5 body tempering pill recipe from you. I know that recipes are very rare and extremely valuable, so I'm going to offer you these. He retrieved a small wooden box and placed it before Sect Master Xiaoho. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Is this what I think it is? Sect Master Xiaoho asked in a trembling voice. She had an idea of its contents even without looking inside, as she had seen the wooden box before. Yes, it's leaves from the golden celestial tree, and there are 9 crimson leaves inside the box. Oh, and before I forget, the golden celestial tree itself is a few million years old. What? Leaves from a golden celestial tree that is over 1,000,000 years old? How is that even possible? Sect Master Xiaoho exclaimed. You can examine the leaves yourself if you do not believe me. Sect Master Xiaoho swallowed nervously. No, I trust you. I want to open it, but I don't dare to expose the leaves to any more impurities, so I will leave them inside the box. 9 blades of crimson leaves. I will be able to concoct 3 golden aptitude pills. Even if I consume one for myself and give one to Xiaoying, I will still have an extra. And these leaves came from a golden celestial tree that is over 1,000,000 years old. This is a treasure that I will never see again, much less acquire. Sect Master Xiaoho cried with joy inwardly. Judging by the smile on your face, I will assume that you are going to accept my trade? Yuan suddenly said. Unbeknownst to Sect Master Xiaoho, there was a smile that was unbefitting of a woman on her face. Upon realizing the expression on her, Sect Master Xiaoho quickly covered her face and turned around as it was flushed with redness. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a low voice. Why, yes, I accept this trade. Here is my medallion. Bring it to the alchemy store and show it to the people on the 10th floor. They will assist you with everything you need. In fact, you can ask for more pill recipes. These leaves are countless times more valuable than the Tier 5 body tempering pills recipe. After all, Yuan accepted the medallion and bowed to her. Thank you. You can take leaves now. Yuan and Wang Xiaoying left the place shortly after to head towards the alchemy store once again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9:36. Published at 5th of May, 2022, 12:39 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 9:36. 936 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:36. crazy shopping spree. Once they arrived at the alchemy store, Yuan and Wang Xiuying walked straight to the 10th floor. However, they were blocked on the 9th floor. Only those that have received the sect master's approval may enter the 10th floor. The elders said to them. Yuan showed them sect master Xiao's medallion. Please give us a minute to confirm it with the sect master. The elder said. The elders took Yuan's medallion for a quick inspection, while they also contacted sect master Xiao to confirm that she had indeed handed her medallion to Yuan. Once they confirmed everything, the elders allowed them to enter the 10th floor. The 10th floor was unsurprisingly the smallest, but also the cleanest room in the entire building due to the minimal visitors they receive. In fact, visitors were practically non-existent on the 10th floor, and only 1 or 2 people get to enter this place every year. How may I help you? The elder working on that floor asked them. This elder also happened to be a first-level spirit king and the guardian of the alchemy store. Hello. I'm here to buy the recipe for the Tier 5 body tempering pill. Yuan said. Oh, I have already paid the sect master for the recipe, and she even allowed me to choose a couple more. I understand. Here is a list of all of the pill recipes we have in the sect. The elder handed them a thin manual. Yuan took the manual and asked Feng Yuxiang, what do you think, Feng? Any particular pill recipe you want beside the Tier 5 body tempering pill? Feng Yuxiang appeared beside him and started looking through the manual. Peak Spirit King. The elder was shocked by Feng Yuxiang's cultivation base and otherworldly beauty. A few minutes later, Feng Yuxiang picked 21 different pill recipes, not including the Tier 5 body tempering pill, and they were mostly recipes for Tier 5 pills. The elder's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably after seeing how many pill recipes Feng Yuxiang had chosen. Wait a moment while I receive the sect master's approval, the elder said to them before disappearing to the room in the back. A few minutes later, the elder returned with a look of disbelief on his face. The sect master has agreed to give you all of the pill recipes. You also don't need to worry about paying for them. The elder sounded like he was in disbelief, and he wondered what kind of bribe Yuan had given the sect master to make this happen. Normally, Sect Master Xiao would be very strict about giving away even 1 pill recipe, much less 22 at once. After copying all of the pill recipes Feng Yuxiang had requested, the elder handed it to her. Now we just need to buy enough ingredients to concoct the pills. The store still owes me 100,000 spirit stones, but I doubt that will be able to help much. Yuan said afterward. It's okay, young master. Leave everything pill-related to me, including the money. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said. Are you sure? Yes. I won't lose any money as long as I successfully concoct 1 pill out of 3 attempts. She nodded. All right, I will leave it to you. I will also buy my own cauldron, so I don't need to borrow yours every time I want to concoct pills. Feng Yuxiang added. They descended to the 6th floor shortly after so that Feng Yuxiang could buy her cauldron. I want this golden phoenix cauldron. Feng Yuxiang said to the elder there. The golden phoenix cauldron will cost 10 million spirit stones. It's also our best cauldron. The elder said. Here. Feng Yuxiang handed him the money without any hesitation, almost as though she was only getting rid of her spare change. Thank you for your patronage. All of the staff members there bowed to Feng Yuxiang after the purchase. They descended to the 3rd floor shortly after Feng Yuxiang got her own cauldron. I want enough medicine to concoct 1,000 Tier 5 body tempering pills, and Feng Yuxiang said to the staff members working there, shocking them speechless with her crazy shopping spree. In the end, Feng Yuxiang left the alchemy store with a cauldron that cost her 10 million spirit stones and 5 million spirit stones worth of ingredients. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. It was an enormous sum of money spent. In fact, Feng Yuxiang instantly became their most valued customer. 15 million spirit stones. I am speechless, Wang Xiuying mumbled in a dazed voice. How just freaking rich are you? She couldn't help but ask. I have sold tens of thousands of valuable treasures throughout thousands of years, so you can say that I have a decent amount of wealth. However, this much is nothing once we reach the upper heavens, where treasures will require spirit jades to purchase, which will be equivalent to billions and trillions of spirit stones. Trillions? Both Yuan and Wang Xiaoying swallowed nervously. Once they returned to Wang Xiaoying's living quarters, Feng Yuxiang immediately holed herself in one of the guest rooms to practice her alchemy. What do you want to do tomorrow, Yuan? Wang Xiaoying asked him when the sky started turning dark. I don't know. I wouldn't mind if we just relaxed and talked to each other about our adventures. That sounds great. Then I will see you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. After Wang Xiaoying logged off, Yuan prepared to log off. However, Xiaohua suddenly appeared before him and spoke in a low voice. Brother Yuan, can you spend the night with Xiaohua? Huh? He raised his eyebrows. Xiaohua then retrieved a familiar-looking book from her spatial ring and said, besides supplying Brother Yuan with weapons and artifacts, this is all that Xiaohua can do for you. Are you still worried about what Feng Feng said today? You really don't need to compare with each other. Please, Brother Yuan, let Xiaohua help you, she said to him with moist eyes. Yuan sighed, and he nodded with a gentle smile. All right, I will spend the night with you and listen to you chant like old times. Xiaohua immediately nodded her small head with a bright smile. The two of them went outside and sat in front of Wang Xiaoying's medicine field. Xiaohua opened her book and started reading it while Yuan closed his eyes and focused on her voice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9, 37. Published at 5th of May, 2022, 12:39 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 937. 937 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 937. Heaven Sealing Technique. After spending the entire night listening to Xiaohua's voice, Yuan slowly opened his eyes right as the sunrise began. Heaven Sealing Technique. Rank: Divine. Mastery Level 1. Description: a heaven-defying technique that can seal one's meridians and cultivation. Limited to Spirit Kings and below, can be increased through Mastery Level. Anyone within 10 meters of the user can be targeted. Can be increased through Mastery Level. Limited to 3 individuals at once. Can be increased through Mastery Level. Heaven-Consuming Technique. Rank: Divine. Mastery Level 5. Description: absorbs 50 million chi per second. Heaven Splitting Sword Strike. Rank: Divine. Mastery Level 3. Description: must wield a sword to activate. Creates a pillar of sword light that will destroy everything that dares to block its path. Ding. Heavenly Domain. Rank: Divine. Mastery Level 2. Description: holding absolute authority within your domain, dominate the battlefield, and pressure your enemies with the Heavenly Domain. All of Yuan's main techniques saw a boost in strength and mastery. However, what surprised him the most was the Heaven Splitting Sword Strike, which had been limited this entire time. Does this mean I can pour all of my chi into a single attack? Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua and said, it appears that the limiter for the Heaven Splitting Sword Strike has been released. What happens now? That means Brother Yuan can adjust the strength of the technique as he pleases. It can be as weak as a mortal rank technique or as powerful as even the most powerful technique in the world. However, that will depend on how much spiritual energy you can give it. Is that so? How powerful do you think I can make the technique at my current level? He then asked. She pondered for a moment before speaking. If Brother Yuan uses all of his spiritual energy, he should be able to erase half of this sect with ease. That powerful? Yuan was shocked. The Spirit Healing Academy is as vast as multiple large cities. If he can destroy half of it, he can easily destroy an entire city with a single heaven-splitting sword strike. Wait a second. If the limiter is already released, that means it can't get any stronger, right? However, it seems like I can still make it stronger. What happens then? The technique will become more efficient, meaning you'll be able to gather more strength with less spiritual energy. The speed at which you charge it will also increase. I see. That makes sense. Yuan nodded. I also learned the heaven sealing technique. This means I can seal someone's cultivation as long as they are Spirit King and below. Can this be reverted? Xiao Hua nodded. Yes, it can be reverted. Do you want to try the technique on Xiao Hua? Are you sure? It won't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It will only restrict Xiao Hua's cultivation base. Okay, we'll try it out. The heaven sealing technique doesn't require you to touch the target. As long as they are within 10 meters of your location, you can seal their cultivation. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. After taking a deep breath, Yuan activated the heaven sealing technique on Xiaohua. Invisible golden chains that can only be seen by Yuan started appearing around Xiaohua's petite body. However, right as the chains touched Xiaohua's body, they all shattered without any resistance. What's wrong, Brother Yuan? Xiaohua asked him a moment later. The technique failed. Huh? Xiaohua raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Xiaohua, are you, by any chance, suppressing your cultivation? At my current level, the technique only works on Spirit Kings and below, and you're clearly a Spirit King. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, Xiaohua isn't suppressing her cultivation. That's weird. Wait a moment. When I first met you, you were only at the 3rd level. When did you reach the 9th level of Spirit King? Now that Brother Yuan mentions it, Xiaohua doesn't know either. It just felt so natural that Xiaohua didn't even realize her cultivation had improved. Xiaohua said. Yuan pondered with a slight frown on his face. Xiaohua wouldn't lie to me. Is her cultivation being suppressed without her knowledge? But who would do such a thing? She doesn't appear to be cursed, either. And why did her cultivation suddenly increase? What's going on? Xiaohua looked at her own hands and also pondered about this phenomenon that was happening to her body. However, no matter how much she thought about it, nothing came to her mind. Well, there's nothing we can do if you don't know anything. Maybe we'll find out more as we ascend the 9 heavens. Yuan said sometime later. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Yuan. A familiar voice suddenly resounded, causing Yuan to turn around. In the distance, he could see Sect Master Xiaohu flying towards him with an urgent look on her face. What's the matter? He asked her a moment later. I just received information that the Universal Music Academy had learned of your presence here, and they are currently making their way here as we speak. She said, Universal Music Academy? What do they have anything to do with me? Yuan asked, have you already forgotten that you killed their sect master not long ago? They are here to seek revenge. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed, what a pain in the ass. I thought my last warning to them would be enough to make them stay away from me. But alas, they're as dumb as their deceased sect master. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9:38. Published at 5th of May, 2022, 12:39 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 9:38. 938 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 9:38. Let them die. Are you going to kill them? Sect Master Xiaohu asked him in a nervous voice. Do you want me to kill them? Yuan responded with a question. Of course not. However, I doubt you even care. After all, they are after your life. Yuan smiled and said, then how about this? I will give you the chance to talk them out of killing me. If you can do that, I won't have to kill them. Are you serious? Sect Master Xiaohu looked at him with wide eyes. Of course. I am not a bloodthirsty maniac who enjoys killing, even though you probably see me as one. I only shed blood when I have no other choices. Very well. I will do my best to convince them to stand down. Sect Master Xiaohu nodded with a serious expression. After returning to her room, Sect Master Xiaohu contacted the other Sect Masters regarding the matter. We have already warned the Universal Music Academy to give up on revenge multiple times, but they refuse to listen to us. If that's the case, just let them all die. Sect Masterly said, Yuan gave you the chance to talk them out of it? Even if that's the case, they still won't listen to you. I agree with Sect Masterly. Just let them die. Unfortunately, I agree with the idea to just let them die. If the Universal Music Academy is gone, there will no longer be any need for us to deal with their sect master's death, which will save us headaches, not to mention how much money it will save us in the future. In the end, the other sect masters expressed the same opinion, to let the Universal Music Academy perish. This way, they will save resources along other things. Sect Master Xiahou felt dejected afterward. After all, she wanted to save these disciples. While Sun Hao deserved to die, these disciples do not deserve such a pointless death. The other sect masters may not want to save them, but I want to at least try. Sect Master Xiahou hopped onto her flying treasure and left the sect to meet up with the disciples of the Universal Music Academy. Meanwhile, Yuan and Wang Xiaoying laid beside the medicine fields and talked about their adventures. Of course, since Wang Xiaoying had spent most of her time practicing alchemy, it was mostly Yuan who did the talking. By the way, you said that you'd joined the sect for me. What was that about? Yuan remembered and asked her. Wang Xiaoying blushed and revealed the truth to him. You joined the sect and learned alchemy just to help me? I am really flattered, but you really don't need to do this. I have already robbed enough people of their time over the past decades. Xiaoying, please, just do whatever you want for yourself. Yuan sighed after learning everything. Wang Xiaoying shook her head and said, You have no idea how much your music saved me, Yuan. Even after your retirement, your music continued to motivate me every single day. Even if it wasn't your intention, I am still grateful to you, hence why I want to help you. But don't worry, I am no longer pursuing alchemy just to help you. I have another goal now. Oh, what's that? There's someone I want to surpass, and I won't stop until that goal is achieved. However, that doesn't mean I don't want to help you anymore. Your servant may be much better in alchemy than me now, but I'm still your nurse in the real world. Yuan, I heard that you'd created a faction. I want to join it. Huh? You want to join the Demon Sealing faction? Demon Sealing faction? What a weird name. But yes, I do. All factions have a medical team. I will be in your medical team. We don't actually have a medical team. The faction consists of 10 members, including me, and they're only good at fighting, except for Meishio, who also deals with our food and some of the chores. I see. Then I will be the first member of your medical team. If you doubt my credentials, I can visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. There's no need. Yuan smiled. If you want to join, I won't refuse. However, we currently live on a very secluded mountain. Unless you live with us, it won't be very convenient for us to meet. I heard. The Dragon Spiral Mountain, right? I tried visiting you once, but I was immediately turned away. Huh? Why didn't you just give us a call? We could have probably worked something out. I didn't want to bother you. Anyways, I will speak with my grandfather later about leaving his hospital permanently to work with you guys. If that's your decision. Yuan nodded. Anyways, do you want to listen to some music? It's been a while since I have played the instrument. Of course. I would never miss the chance to listen to your music. Wang Xiaoying immediately nodded. Yuan retrieved the soul ensnaring zither and started playing it. A couple of hours away from the Spirit Healing Academy, Sect Master Xiahou finally encountered the disciples from the Universal Music Academy. Stop. I am the Sect Master of the Spirit Healing Academy, and I wish to speak with you. She stood before their army that consisted of over 10,000 disciples. Although the Universal Music Academy had over 100,000 disciples, they decided to not bring anyone below Spirit Master, as they would only be a hindrance. Greetings, Sect Master Xiahou. I am Elder Chun, who will be replacing Sect Master Sun in the near future. We only have one objective, the bastard that killed our Sect Master. If you're worried that we might damage your sect, please be at ease. We will not enter your sect, only surround it from the outside, and we will only attack once our target leaves your sect. Future? This future that you speak of will not exist if you stubbornly insist on avenging Sect Master Sun's death. I am here in hopes to convince you all to turn back. Sect Master Xiahou said in a loud and clear voice that could be heard by everyone there. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 939, published at 5th of May, 2022, 12:39 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 939. 939 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 939. Confronting the Universal Music Academy, Sect Master Xiaoho. No matter how many times you try to convince us, our conviction and determination to avenge our sect master will not change. We will kill the bastard that killed our sect master. The only way to stop us is if you kill us all right here and now. Elder Chen exclaimed in a loud voice. Sect Master Xiaoho rubbed her temples and sighed, feeling like she was dealing with children who can only listen but not comprehend her words. Listen, you won't even get the chance to avenge your sect master. I don't need to kill you because you'll all die if you try to kill Yuan. You don't know the true horror of his strength since you were not there to witness it. But the man who killed your sect master is not someone to be trifled with. Even if you bring 10,000 experts, he will easily kill all of you without breaking a sweat. If you're just going there to die, you might as well kill yourselves right now. At least that will save you some time and headaches. Oomph. I heard that man is only a peak spirit lord. We have 2 spirit kings and 50 spirit lords here, not to mention our spirit masters, which is over 9,000. Are you saying that he, as a peak spirit lord, is strong enough to defeat all of us? That's ridiculous. Sect Master Xiaoho frowned and said, I will warn you one last time. Turn around and leave. Otherwise, you'll be walking straight to your deaths. I refuse, Elder Chen declared in a booming voice that made the blood of the disciples behind him boil with excitement. I should have listened to the other sect masters. They were all willing to let you die without even giving you a chance. Unfortunately, I have wasted my time by coming here. I will tell Yuan to meet you guys outside the sect. I don't want my disciples to clean your corpses afterward. Sect Master Xiaoho shook her head and began flying back to the sect. Once she got close to the Spirit Healing Academy, she could hear very pleasant music coming from somewhere within the sect. This sounds like the zither. Who could be playing right now? Not even Sect Master Sun could compare to this person even during his prime days. Sect Master Xiaoho could feel her body getting more energetic as she listened to the music. The music eventually led her to Wang Xiaoying's hill. It's him? He can also play the zither with such mastery? Just what is his background? Sect Master Xiaoho was shocked to see Yuan playing the zither for Wang Xiaoying. After staying in the air to listen to Yuan's music for many minutes, Sect Master Xiaoho snapped out of her daze and finally descended beside him. However, she didn't interrupt his current song and waited until he was finished before she began speaking. I have tried to convince the Universal Music Academy to turn around, but they have refused to listen to my warnings. They have 2 spirit kings, 50 spirit lords, and over 9,000 spirit masters. Is that so? Yuan mumbled. He turned to look at Wang Xiaoying and said, Sorry, but I have to leave for a bit right now. Don't worry, I should be back very soon. What's happening? Where are you going? She asked with a worried expression on her face. Judging by the atmosphere and her master's expression, Wang Xiaoying knew that Yuan was involved in some bad business again. Your master can explain it to you. Yuan smiled. He then asked, Which direction? Sect Master Xiaoho pointed south. Yuan didn't linger any longer and immediately disappeared towards the south. Master, what's happening? Please tell me. Sect Master Xiaoho sighed and said, I told you that Yuan had killed the Sect Master of the Universal Music Academy, right? Well, they're here for revenge. What? And you're going to let him fight them? Can't you and the other Sect Masters do something about this? She shook her head and sighed. We tried. Multiple times. Unfortunately, they did not heed our warnings. No way, Wang Xiaoying mumbled. Meanwhile, Yuan and the Universal Music Academy flew towards each other. Young Master, should I help you kill these ignorant fools? Feng Yuxiang asked. No, Xiao Hua will kill them. Visit Riadel. Me for extra chapters. No, I will handle them by myself. This is a mess that I created, after all. He immediately refused their help. Sometime later, Yuan could see the Universal Music Academy and their 10,000-strong army of disciples. Yuan took a deep breath and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. The moment Yuan noticed the Universal Music Academy, they also noticed him. It's him. That's the bastard that killed our sect master. Some of the disciples recognized Yuan from when he visited their sect to threaten them for Sun Hao's location. Everyone, the bastard that killed our sect master has appeared. Prepare for battle. Elder Chen shouted out loud, alerting everyone there. However, before they could even do anything, Elder Chen suddenly shouted again, wait. He's doing something. Since they were still very far away from each other, Elder Chen was unable to see Yuan's figure very well. However, he can clearly see Yuan lifting his arms into the sky, and he appeared to be holding something that was almost the size of his own body. After hovering there without moving for a few moments, Yuan suddenly swung whatever he was holding in their direction. Shit! Scatter! Scatter! Elder Chen roared in a panicked voice, but alas, it was too late. The following moment, the massive beam of sword light released by Yuan had reached their location, instantly consuming half of the disciples there. The disciples that were consumed by this sword light were all disintegrated until there were not even ashes left. Elder Chen had barely survived Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike, but he did not feel relieved even in the slightest, and his wide eyes could only stare at the destruction that was left behind by the devastating attack, which looked even worse than a battlefield that had raged on for thousands of years. This bastard, is he even human? Elder Chen wondered inwardly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 940, published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 25 seconds p.m. Chapter 940. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again. 10,000 corpses. Elder Chen and the rest of the disciples that survived the heaven-splitting sword strike did not dare to move as their widened eyes stared at the devastating destruction before their eyes. They have never seen such destruction before, at least not from a single attack. In the blink of an eye, half of their 10,000 army was vanquished. While the Universal Music Academy were in a daze, Yuan shouted at them, "This is your last chance to give up on revenge and go back to your sect. If you continue being stubborn, then I will truly show no mercy and kill every last one of you." The disciples' bodies trembled in fear upon hearing Yuan's words, but Elder Chen gritted his teeth and shouted back, "Do not be afraid. Do not falter. Do not listen to his empty threats. There's no way he can still fight after releasing such a powerful attack. He must be out of spiritual energy now. Forward, kill him and avenge our fellow disciples and our sect master." The disciples regained their courage after hearing Elder Chen's words. They all believed that Yuan would have little to no more spiritual energy left after such a big attack. Seeing the disciples charging at him, Yuan took a deep breath. What a pity! 10,000 ghost blades. 10,000 copies of Starry Abyss suddenly appeared in the sky, causing the disciples to halt. What the hell? I thought he had no more spiritual energy. The disciples were shocked to see so many daggers appearing out of thin air. It's just an illusion. Keep going. Elder Chen shouted as he led the disciples. Yuan closed his eyes and motioned for the daggers to fly. Whoosh! All 10,000 daggers flew towards the disciples like a meteor shower. A single dagger had the strength of a spirit lord, so it was as though 10,000 spirit lords had appeared in the battlefield. Run! He's a monster! When the disciples saw how effortlessly Yuan was killing them, the surviving disciples toward the end of their formation turned around and started running away. "Where do you idiots think you're going? Get back here and fight." Elder Chen roared at those that ran away, but none of them turned around. Unfortunately, he was too busy dealing with the flying daggers to chase after them. With that being said, even though Elder Chen was unable to stop them, there were more than enough flying daggers to chase after the disciples that ran away. I gave them plenty of chances, but none of them took it. Even if you suddenly decide to change your mind, I've already made up my mind. Everyone here will die today. Yuan sighed inwardly. The loud noises caused by the fighting and the screaming quickly became weaker and weaker until there was nobody left. It has been less than 5 minutes since Yuan showed up, but had managed to kill all of the disciples that came after him without sparing a single life. Yuan opened his eyes again after the battle, and he looked at the blood-stained battlefield with a profound expression on his face. "Do you guys think I'm a hypocrite? Even though I keep saying that I do not enjoy killing people, I always end up with blood in my hands." He suddenly spoke out loud. "No, the young master has done nothing wrong. You gave them many warnings and chances to turn around, but they ignored it. If you warn someone to not enter a burning building, but they still decide to anyway, that is entirely their fault, even if you were the one who lit the building ablaze." Feng Yuxiang said in a calm voice. "Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Don't think too much about it, Brother Yuan. This is the true nature of the cultivation world. You either kill them or they kill you. There is no need to feel guilty about it." Xiaohua said, "Sorry, but I cannot lie and say that I understand your feelings, Yuan. As a divine beast, I don't see anything wrong with killing those that wish to harm you." Lan Ying said, "Thank you," Yuan said to them, and he sighed inwardly. "Maybe I'm just worried that killing too many people will change me." Change Yuan. After taking another look at the chaos had caused, Yuan turned around and flew back to the Spirit Healing Academy. "Are you not going to loot their bodies, young master? You might find something nice with so many corpses here." Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. "I don't feel like it, and it's too bloody down there," Yuan said without even looking back. "Yuan, are you okay?" Wang Xiaoying rushed to him the moment he returned. "Yes, as you can see, I am totally fine," he said with a smile. However, Wang Xiaoying did not smile. Instead, she frowned. "Who do you think you're trying to fool? Despite my young age, I have dealt with all sorts of patients in my grandfather's hospital. I can tell if someone is hurt or not by looking at their eyes, and when I look into your eyes, I can tell that you're not fine. You may be fine physically, but not mentally, and mental damage is just as dangerous as physical injuries, sometimes even more severe. I'll give you some time for now, but I will eventually ask you about it." "Thanks." The smile on Yuan's face became less stiff after hearing her words. "Hey, the Universal Music Academy. What happened to them?" Sect Master Xiaoho asked him afterward. "I killed them. Every last one of them." Yuan responded in a calm, yet cold voice, sending shivers down their backs. And he continued, "Oh, I didn't touch the bodies. If you want, you can go ahead and loot them. It'd be a waste to leave them behind. I will send some disciples there later." Sect Master Xiaoho nodded her head in a dazed voice. It hasn't even been that long since he left, and he's already killed all 10,000 of them. Utterly ridiculous. She was terrified inwardly, yet she was also relieved that she didn't offend this monster like Sun Hao had. Chapter 9, 41. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 25 seconds p.m. Chapter 941. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, playing catch showing, and going to leave earlier than expected. Sorry for all of the troubles that I had caused you in this sect. Yuan suddenly said to her. Huh, why? I have a feeling that something will happen soon, and I don't want you or this sect to get caught up in it, so I'm going to leave. Don't worry, we'll see each other again on the other side sooner or later. He smiled. Okay, she nodded. Wang Xiaoying logged off some time later, while Yuan traveled to the stairway to heaven. Xiaohua. He suddenly called for her when he arrived. Yes. She appeared beside him and proceeded to stare at him with a pondering gaze. Let's play catch. Huh? Xiao Hua's eyes widened with surprise. I promised to play catch with you again. Remember? Let's do it now. I still have a couple of days before I have to leave for my sister's birthday. Yuan smiled. Xiao Hua's face immediately became filled with bliss, and she retrieved the red ball they used before. There's no need to hold back this time, and let's get some distance, Yuan said to her before flying a few hundred meters away. Xiao Hua also flew into the air shortly after. Once they were ready, Xiao Hua tossed the red ball at Yuan with all of her strength. The red ball disappeared the instant it left her hands, and it appeared in front of Yuan faster than one could blink, almost as though the ball had teleported. Pa! A loud noise resounded as Yuan caught the ball with his bare hands, and he was pushed back a few meters by the impact. I'm really glad you held back before. If you'd used your full strength when we first met, I would have definitely died a horrible death. Yuan smiled as he looked at the ball, his hands trembling from it. Let me go back a bit further, he said to her, before increasing their distance by a couple hundred more meters. Whoosh! Yuan tossed the ball back at Xiao Hua using 50% of his strength, as he was worried that he might accidentally hurt her. The red ball flew faster than a bullet, and a single streak of red light appeared in the sky. However, Xiao Hua casually caught the ball with a single hand, and she said afterward, "There's no need to hold back, brother Yuan." And she proceeded to throw the ball back at him. That was even stronger than her first throw. Is she subconsciously holding back? Yuan wondered to himself after catching the ball that felt a lot heavier. And what kind of material is this ball made out of? To withstand such abuse, the two of them would spend the next few hours playing catchball, and by the time they were done, the trees beneath them were all bent in an unnatural manner due to the pressure caused by their game. It's been a while since I've worked up so much sweat. Let's do this again tomorrow, Yuan said to her afterward. Okay, Xiao Hua eagerly nodded. Yuan logged off shortly after to have dinner with the others. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoying spoke to her grandfather about joining Yuan's faction during dinner. So, I have decided to join Yu Tian's faction and move in with him at the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, this means that I won't be able to work at the hospital any longer. What do you think, Grandpa? The young master created a faction? When? Dr. Wang raised his eyebrows. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. A while ago. You've probably heard of it. It's called the Demon Sealing Faction. Huh? I have heard of it, but that's Player Yuan's faction, isn't it? Oh right. You didn't know. Well, Yu Tian is Player Yuan. Dr. Wang's mouth dropped wide open after hearing this. Oh really? And how long have you known about this? For a while. I promised to keep a secret for him, so I didn't tell you. But I got his permission today to tell you. Unbelievable. To think that famous Player Yuan was the young master all along. Make sure you keep it a secret, Grandpa. It would be troublesome for him if the public learned of his identity. Wang Xiaoying said. That's only obvious. Anyways, what do you say? Can I go? Dr. Wang nodded. Yes, you can go. You're big enough to make your own decisions and move out. As for the hospital, don't worry about it. You were never an official employee, and you went there on your own accord. Though, the people there will miss you, especially the patients. When do you plan on moving? Soon. I need to apply for his faction at the Cultivators Association first. I'll do it tomorrow. The following day, Wang Xiaoying made her way to the Cultivators Association. Although one can join a faction without visiting the Cultivators Association, they would not be considered an official member of the faction by the Cultivators Association and would not be allowed to participate in official events. After arriving at the Cultivators Association, Wang Xiaoying patiently waited until she was at the front desk. I'd like to apply for a faction, she said to the woman working at the desk. Name of the faction, Demon Sealing Faction. The woman raised her eyebrows after hearing this familiar name, and she looked at Wang Xiaoying with a pitiful gaze. You know, I'm saying this for your own good, but you won't get accepted into that faction. Countless people have applied for the faction, but they have not approved of a single new member since its founding. If you ask me, these people are too arrogant. Just because they have that Player Yuan with them, they think they can exist with 10 members. What a joke. They're looking down on all of the factions out there. Wang Xiaoying was speechless. She didn't expect so many people to apply for the faction, but considering Yuan's popularity, it wasn't surprising at all. The woman scoffed in a mocking manner. Do you really believe that you'll be able to join the faction because of an error? Even though your name had temporarily appeared in their database, we easily removed it. Wang Xiaoying rubbed her eyes and sighed. That wasn't an error. Yeah. Whatever you say. Anyways, I have finished submitting your application. Wang Xiaoying didn't want to argue with this woman, so she just left the building. Once she was outside, she called Meishio again. Hey, sorry, but something happened at the Cultivators Association, and I had to resubmit my application. But I already approved it. Your name is already in our roster. It's gone? It was just there. Mike Sia's puzzled voice resounded through the phone. They thought it was an error, so they removed me from the list. Wang Xiaoying explained the situation to her. I see. Then I'll give Chairman Li a call to make sure there isn't any misunderstanding this time. Thank you. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. After hanging up the phone, Meishio called Chairman Li and notified him of the situation. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience my people have caused you. I will immediately send out an email so that it won't happen again, Chairman Li said. Once the call ended, Chairman Li hastily sent an email to all of his associates regarding Wang Xiaoying being the Demon Sealing faction's newest member. He also made sure to scold the woman and her supervisor for their hasty actions. News of the Demon Sealing faction receiving a new member quickly spread, shocking the world. What? The Demon Sealing faction with player Yuan finally got a new member after ignoring everyone for months? Who's this lucky bastard? It's a woman. According to the person that did her application, she is a young lady between 18 and 20 years old. What? That's all. As the one who did the application, she should have way more information on this new member, right? That is against their policy, and I doubt she would want to offend the Demon Sealing faction by revealing their private information. Damn, what is so special about this new member that the others don't have? I sent an application the day their faction was announced, but I still haven't received a response. I'd rather they deny it than to ignore it. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoying called Meishio again after she returned home. So, when can I move into the headquarters? Wang Xiaoying asked. We'll need to speak with the manager first. Fortunately, she's currently living here as a guest, so it shouldn't take too long. Meishio said, I will leave it to you and Yuan. Once again, thank you for letting me join the faction. It's only natural. You're Yuan's friend, and you even took care of him before. After the call ended, Meishio went to look for the manager, who was watching the sealed demon in the training area like a guard dog. Your faction received a new member? Yes, so can you make it so that she can enter the Dragon Spiral Mountain? She'll be living with us. The manager narrowed her eyes and said, I will think about it after your boyfriend deals with this final demon. Be boyfriend? Meishio blushed. Am I wrong? I can smell his odor all over your body, and that Chu girl. Meishio was speechless. The manager can smell you on us? That's so embarrassing. She cried inwardly. HM, you didn't know? I guess he has been two-timing you. The manager smiled when she noticed Mike Sia's stiff expression. And check out my new novel magic system in a parallel world. I will give a bonus CO chapter for every 1,000 vote the new novel gets. Chapter 943, published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 943. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. I guess not even the famous player Yuan is perfect. But nobody would expect him to be an unfaithful bastard. The manager sneered in disdain. Immutual, Meishio suddenly mumbled in a low voice. Huh? What did you just say? I already know about it. So does Lulu. In fact, it's a mutual thing between the three of us. Meishio explained. Are you serious? The manager stared at Meishio with a look of disbelief on her face. In her eyes, Meisho didn't appear to be the type of woman to share a man with other women. However, Meisho nodded her head, confirming everything. You're actually willing to share him? Unbelievable. The manager muttered in shock. I mean, both Lulu and I love him, and he loves us. In case you forgot, I am only supposed to stand by his side as his servant. The fact that he is willing to accept me as his woman is already more than anything I can ask for. And it's normal for a powerful man to have many wives, right? The manager rubbed her eyes and sighed. Listen here. While it's true that most families here have multiple wives, they're also much older than you guys. You may be an adult legally at the age of 18, but you guys do not have the experience of adults. In fact, you're all babies in my eyes. It's too early for you ladies to share a man. Meisho sighed. I was against this kind of lifestyle at first too, but I have already made a decision. As long as I can stay by his side, I don't care how many women he sees. The manager narrowed her eyes at Meisho. After a moment of silence, she sighs, whatever. I don't have the right to tell you how to live your life, anyway. Even if you decide to get knocked up by Yuan tomorrow, I won't complain. What? Knocked up? That's definitely too early for us. Meisho exclaimed. Judging by the strong scent on your body, I assume that you guys do it pretty often. Hell, I can even smell him inside here. I mean, if you keep messing around, you'll eventually get knocked up. Meisho looked at the manager with wide eyes, and she wondered to herself, what kind of nose does she have? Even dogs can't compare to her. Anyways, if you want your friend to enter the mountain, you better tell Yuan to hurry up and deal with this demon. The manager said in a stubborn voice, I understand. I will talk to him. The manager watched in silence as Meisho returned to the house. To think they'd be in such a relationship. Truly unbelievable. What do they even see in that irritating brat? He's talented, really talented. I will give him that. But besides his talent, there is nothing special about him. She sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Meisho went to speak with Yuan, repeating what the manager said to her. I see. Well, if that's the case, we'll move our schedule up a little. I have nothing else to do anyway. Yuan said. During dinner, Yuan told everyone about the situation. I won't mind even if we start the training now. Wang Ming said in an excited voice. So we finally have a new member, huh? Who is this person? Shi Lang asked. I will introduce you to her when she arrives. Yuan said. Her? Don't tell me it's another girlfriend. Wu Zhao exclaimed. Yuan smiled. She's a dear friend and someone who helped me through some dark times in the past. The others turned silent after hearing his last few words, and they recalled his past as a cripple. After dinner, Meisho approached Yuan and whispered in his ears, Can you sleep with me tonight? Yuan smiled. This is the first time you've invited me. Of course. Meisho blushed and silently nodded her head before running back to her room. After returning to his room, Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang, He'll be with Meisho tonight. Sure. I will need as much rest as I can get if we're going to start training tomorrow, after all, she said in a casual and calm manner. Sometime later, Yuan went to knock on Mike Xia's door. Come inside. Yuan twisted the doorknob and entered the room, but it was pitch black inside with the only light being the slight moonlight that peeked through the windows. But despite the darkness, Yuan was able to see her figure with his divine sense. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Meisho? Yuan called for her. A few seconds later, Meisho walked into where the moonlight shone, revealing herself. Yuan was dumbfounded after seeing Mike Xia's appearance, who was currently half naked and wearing only a pair of exotic black lingerie. Meisho, are you okay? She nodded and spoke in a bashful voice. To tell you the truth, even though I accepted our unique relationship, I never truly understood it. I always thought I was mature. While it's true that I am more mature and experienced than most people around my age, I am still inexperienced in many things. Yuan smiled and said, Did the manager say something weird to you? No, she made me realize something. While I don't mind sharing you with other women, I also don't want to lose to them. Even if you love us all equally, I want to be the first name that appears in your head when you think of us. Meisho started approaching Yuan. Once she was in front of him, She gave him a passionate kiss on the lips before pulling him to the bed and stripping him naked. By the way, I got something new I want to try out. What is it? Meisho showed him the new product she got from the convenience store a while ago. What's that? Medicine? Yuan raised an eyebrow. I got it from the convenience store. The clerk said it's a stimulator that will make things more enjoyable. Don't worry, it's completely safe. Sure, let's do it. Yuan trusted Meisho and agreed. After taking out 2 red capsules, they each swallowed one. My body feels hot, especially down there. The effects of the capsule immediately started affecting Meisho moments after she consumed it. As for Yuan, although it took a little longer to affect him, the sword between his legs hardened like never before. Yuan. Meisho mumbled his name in an enchanting voice before kissing him again. Yuan kissed her back while embracing her body tightly. Thus, the beginning of a long night. Chapter 944, published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 944. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Love capsule. Meisho gasped for air as she laid on the bed with her entire body soaked in sweat and other fluids. How long does this medicine last? We've been at it for 4 hours now, but my body is still unwilling to calm down. Yuan asked her as he stood beside the bed, the sword between his legs as stiff as ever, almost as though they didn't even do anything. I don't know, but my body is still craving for it. Meisho said, let's take a break. As enjoyable as the last 4 hours has been, I don't want this to harm our bodies. Okay. Yuan laid on the bed beside Meisho shortly after. Despite the both of them still being naked, Meisho didn't shy away and snuggled with him. Yuan, I love you. Meisho suddenly mumbled in a low voice. I love you too. Yuan smiled. You know, the manager said we're too young to be doing this. Is that why you decided to do all of this? No. I've been wanting to do this with you for a while, but I never had the courage. What the manager said is right. I'm still too young and inexperienced to become a proper partner for you. Therefore, I'm going to work hard to become. Yuan suddenly poked her face and interrupted. I don't need you to change or become someone else for me. Just keep being you. Keep being the woman I fell in love with, okay? So what if you're young and inexperienced? We all have to start from somewhere, right? After a moment of silence, Meisho nodded her head. By the way, what should we tell Yuro? Should we tell her about our relationship? Meisho suddenly asked. I don't mind. What about you? Well, I'm a little hesitant. Meisho sighed. Hesitant? Why? Well, it's no secret that Yuro really treasures you as her brother. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that she might not approve of our relationship. Perhaps we should postpone telling her about our relationship. I don't want to ruin her birthday, either. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Let's do just that, then. It's Yuro's birthday, so everything on that day should be about her, not us. Thank you, Yuan. Meisho suddenly felt a strong urge to caress Yuan's chest. Her hands subconsciously moved, gently caressing him with her beautiful fingers. I can't hold it any longer, Meisho suddenly said. She sat up on the bed and crawled on top of Yuan's body. We're supposed to be taking a break. Yuan showed a helpless smile. We're still taking a break. I'm just going to use my mouth, that's all. That's not. Oh. Yuan halted his words to let out a satisfied sound when he felt something incredibly soft and warm wrap around his sword, even sucking on it. A few minutes later, Yuan could no longer endure it any longer and pounced on Meisho, ending their short break. The two of them would keep up their intimate acts with each other until sunrise. It's finally over. Yuan sighed in relief when the stiff rod between his legs was no more, as it was fully satisfied after an entire night of intercourse. He looked at Meisho, who had fallen asleep on the bed from exhaustion just minutes ago. Fortunately, she knocked out after cleaning herself and the bed, where she would be sleeping in all sorts of fluids. With that being said, only the bed was clean, so the floor and the walls were still dirty. As for how they managed to mess up a perfectly clean room after a night of intercourse, Only the two of them would know. After tucking Meishio in bed, Yuan went downstairs and said to the others, Meishio is a bit sick right now, so we'll have to eat breakfast at the mall, and she won't be participating in today's training. Is she okay? Wang Bingbing asked. Yes, she'll be fine after a day of rest. Yuan calmly nodded. Who knows how they'll react if he told them the truth? That Meishio was too exhausted to move because they'd spent the entire night together. As they made their way to the mall for breakfast, Chu Liuxiang approached Yuan and whispered to him, So, is Meishio really sick, or is there a different reason as to why she can't get out of bed? Yuan smiled and said, We did it all night. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. You what? The entire night? Chu Liuxiang was in disbelief. Yes. From the moment I entered her room until sunrise. Chu Liuxiang stared at him with wide eyes. Hey Chao, we are normally done after 2 hours. How did you last an entire night? She couldn't help but ask. Meishio bought some weird medicine and suggested we try it, which kept our bodies active and lustful throughout the night, no matter how many times we did it. It was exhausting even for me. My whole body is sore now, especially my hips. And medicine? That sounds suspicious as hell. Where on earth did she acquire such a thing? Apparently from the convenience store at the mall. They'll go ask them after breakfast. Yuan said. They'll come with you. Chu Liuxiang said. Breakfast lasted a little over an hour. I'll meet you guys at the training field in a bit. I have some business here. It won't take long. Yuan said to the others. All right, see you there. They didn't question him and left immediately. Once they were alone, Yuan and Chu Liuxiang made their way to the convenience store that was on the first floor of the mall. Welcome. Oh, are you guys new to the Dragon Spiral Mountain? I have never seen you before. The woman at the desk asked them. We've been here for a couple of months now. Yuan said, I see. Anyways, is there anything specific that you're looking for? Yes, I have some questions about a certain product my friend bought from this place. I don't know the name, but they're these red capsules that enhances one's body. Yuan said. It took a moment, but when the woman realized what Yuan was talking about, she covered her mouth and chuckled. I see. I see. I know exactly what you're talking about. She then reached under her counter and grabbed a box of the medicine that Yuan and Meishio used last night. Are these it? She asked him. Yes, this is it. Yuan confirmed. They're called love capsules. If you're looking to improve your nightlife with your girlfriend here, you'll definitely want these. They're very popular right now, especially amongst the young adults. They're also approved by the government and many agencies, so they are very safe. Just don't consume too much at once. 3 per day is the limit. How long are they supposed to last? Yuan then asked. About an hour or 2, depending on the person. Huh? There's no way. After all, I used it with my partner last night, and it lasted us until sunrise. We couldn't stop for 10 whole hours. Yuan said. What? 10 hours? Are you sure? I don't think even the strongest capsule out there can last that long. Did you consume multiple at once? The woman asked. No, just one for each of us. Yuan shook his head. The woman stared at the love capsules and began pondering. Chapter 945, published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 945. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, killing the last demon. After pondering for some time, the woman asked, Do you by any chance have a unique physique? Perhaps it's due to your physique that has increased the potency of the medicine. Yuan then said, While that is entirely possible, what about my partner, who had the same effects? The woman pondered again before asking, Are you sure about that? While she may have lasted 10 hours, it doesn't mean she's affected by the medicine. She could have just been enduring it. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing this possibility. He didn't confirm it with Meishio because she kept up with him the entire night without complaining, and she even encouraged him to continue. I will confirm it with her later. Yuan then said, Thank you for your time. Wait, can I have this box of love capsules? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked. Of course. You can have as many as you want. The woman nodded. Thank you. Oh, I don't need a bag. We'll just carry it home with me. Chu Liuxiang grabbed the box and held it in her hand without feeling shameful about it. You want to use that as well? Yuan asked her after they left. Of course. Since you did it with Meishio, it's only fair if you do it with me as well. I also want to experience what she felt. Are you sure? This medicine will keep me up for 10 hours. I don't know about Meishio, but there's a good chance that she. If Meishio can do it, so can I. Don't underestimate me, darling. Sometime later, they met up with the others in the training field. Are you guys ready? Yuan asked them. Of course. Yuan unsealed the demon, starting their training. If you can defeat my friends, I will set you free. Yuan said to the demon after unsealing it. You want me to listen to livestock? Ha ha ha. In your fucking dreams. The demon laughed out loud. Yuan didn't say anything else and retrieved the 10 demon cores that had gathered from the previous 10 demons. When the demon saw the demon cores in Yuan's hands, it stopped laughing and began sweating profusely. One of these demon cores belonged to a demon with the strength of a 2nd-level spirit lord. Killing a 5th-level spirit master like you will be easier than taking candy from a baby. Yuan said, causing it to tremble some more. You could try to kill yourself, but I will seal you before then. Yuan snapped his fingers, causing the demon sealing zone to activate. Everything below the demon's neck instantly petrified. This terrified the demon, who had severely underestimated him. I understand. I will do it. The demon gritted its teeth and said, Good. Yuan unsealed the demon, and the first team started their training shortly after. After an entire day of training, Yuan said to the demon before sealing it, See you tomorrow. Damn. I almost died multiple times fighting this demon, and it's only 2 levels stronger than the last one. Wang Ming exclaimed. It wouldn't be training if it got easier. Yuan smiled. Sometime later, Yuan visited Mixia's room to find her sitting on her bed with her laptop. Sorry I missed training, Yuan. Meishio said to him. Don't worry about it. You can do it tomorrow. He shook his head. By the way, I have a question for you. What is it? The medicine we took yesterday. Did it really last 10 hours for you? After a moment of silence, Meishio sighed and said, No, it lasted only 2 hours for me. Why didn't you tell me? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. You look like you were having fun, and I also enjoyed it. Yuan sighed. You could have gotten hurt, Meishio. That wasn't my intention. Sorry. Are you sure you're fine? She nodded with a smile. Yes. My body is a little sore, but that's all. The last thing I want is for you to get hurt just to satisfy me. I know you don't want to lose, but I don't want you to force yourself. Just continue being the Meishio I know and love. Thank you. She nodded. Yuan returned to his room sometime later to find Chu Liuxiang lying on the bed with a box of love capsules in her hands. You want to do it today? Yuan asked her. Huh? Oh no. I was just bored. I want to be able to participate in training tomorrow if we did it today, after all. You'll wait until training is over. All right. The following morning, everyone including Meishio gathered at the training area for training. The training would last until it was almost Urao's birthday. Your service is no longer required. I will now set you free. Yuan said the demon at the end of their training. The demon sighed in relief inwardly, but before it could say anything, Yuan drove his hand into its chest and ripped out its red crystal. What is the meaning of this? The demon roared. Now you don't have to ever worry about getting sealed again. Yuan said to it before crushing the crystal, killing the last demon. After deactivating the demon sealing zone, Yuan turned to look at the manager and asked her, Are you satisfied? The manager narrowed her eyes at Yuan and spoke in a calm voice. Prepare yourself. You'll be seeing the Lord tomorrow. What about my friend? I have already made her a resident. She can move into the Dragon Spiral Mountain whenever. Thanks. The manager returned to the peak of the mountain shortly after while everyone else returned home. Aya, it's finally over. Wang Ming shouted in an excited voice. Over? This is just the beginning. There are dozens if not hundreds of demons sealed around the world right now, and we're the only ones who can deal with them. I want all of you to be able to kill demons by yourself in the future. Yuan said. No way. Wang Ming's jaw dropped. Having second thoughts about joining this faction? Yuan smiled. Hell no. He immediately shook his head. Good. Chapter 946. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 946. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. So he's finally killed the last demon. Huh? The Lord mumbled in a relieved voice after hearing the news from the manager. Are you really going to reveal your true identity to him? I still don't think we can trust him. He's just a pervert who happens to have a knack for killing demons. The manager said with a frown on her face. Do you really believe that? Or are you just saying that out of frustration? The Lord asked her. The manager gritted her teeth, refusing to answer. You can't be born with a knack for killing demons. You need experience and technique. I don't know how or where he learned to kill demons, but we need him. The demons have been sealed for millions of years. It won't be long before they break out of their seal. Anyways, I have decided to tell him the truth about my identity, but I can continue to keep your identity a secret. Whatever. The manager sighed. That night, after washing their bodies, Chu Liuxiang and Yuan left the bathroom without getting dressed. Are you sure you want to do this? The love capsule's effect lasted for 2 hours for Meishio, but it will last around 10 hours for me. In fact, you can take the love capsule by yourself. No. Chu Liuxiang immediately refused. I want to experience what Meishio experienced, so I want you to take the love capsule as well. So what if it lasts for 10 hours? I will do it even if it lasts 24 hours. After listening to her stubborn and resolute words, Yuan no longer tried to convince her. The two of them consumed the love capsule pill shortly after. Chu Luxiang's body immediately started burning with passion. Yuan could feel the sword between his legs turning as hard as steel. Seeing his body like this, Chu Liuxiang suddenly fell to her knees and started the action with her mouth. Sometime later, they went to the bed and started the real action. After an hour of intensive and passionate session, Yuan asked her, How do you feel? I feel like the night's just begun. Chu Liuxiang said as she moved in a riding motion while sitting on top of Yuan's body. Another hour later, Yuan asked, Has the effect worn off yet? You don't need to worry about me, darling. Just keep going until we're both satisfied. She said to him. Although Yuan was hesitant, as he was worried about hurting her, he ended up agreeing to her reckless decision. After another hour, when the effects finally disappeared, Chu Liuxiang decided to consume another love capsule. Meishio only took one love capsule, you know. Yuan said to her, I know I'm cheating a little, but I was curious. She chuckled. Thus, they continued to embrace each other for the rest of the night. The love capsule's effect seems to have strengthened for me. It lasted 12 hours this time. Yuan said at the end of their long session, How are you feeling? He asked Chu Liuxiang a moment later, who was lying on the bed, her body still twitching a little. That was an amazing night we spent together, darling. We should do it more often, she said in an exhausted manner. I don't think that is very healthy. What are you talking about? You know, you'll eventually spend more time having sex than sleeping once you accept more women into your life, so you might as well get used to it now. I don't really plan on having more partners, though. I am satisfied with just you and Meishio. Unfortunately, you cannot plan love, darling. I also have a feeling that our family will continue to grow bigger. Well, by the way, don't you have to meet with the Lord today? Chu Liuxiang suddenly interrupted. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Huh? Yuan froze for a moment. Oh crap, I completely forgot about it. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, Just go. They'll clean up the room. Thank you. Yuan went into the bathroom and quickly washed his body before getting dressed and rushing downstairs. When he arrived at the front of the building, he could see the manager standing there with an angry expression on her face. Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting for you? 1 hour and 15 minutes. The manager shouted at him while tapping on her watch in an aggressive manner. Sorry, but I was busy with something. You know, you could have just knocked on my door. Why didn't you? The manager's face twitched a little, and she spoke in a slightly shaky voice Shut up. He'll do as I please." There was no way that she could tell him the truth, that she had gone to his room but didn't have the courage to disturb his time with Chu Liuxiang. This pervert is like a dog in heat. Did he really spend the entire night screwing that Chu girl? To think he'd do such a thing right before meeting with the Lord. Unbelievable, she cried inwardly. Anyways, we're already way behind schedule. Let's go. The manager turned around and began power walking towards the peak of the mountain. Sometime later, Yuan approached the Lord's cave. "You're almost 2 hours late. Did something happen?" The Lord asked him. "Well, I was busy with something and lost track of time." "Sorry," Yuan replied with an apologetic smile on his face. He was so busy mating with the Chu girl that had forgotten about the meeting. The manager suddenly said out loud. Yuan's eyebrows twitched after hearing such words, but he didn't respond to it since it was true. The Lord cleared his throat and spoke. "Anyways, I express my utmost gratitude to you for dealing with the 11 demons, Yuan." Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't need your gratitude. I would have done it even if you didn't ask for my help." "Very well. Then it's my turn to uphold my end of the agreement. Since you have killed the demons, I will now tell you about my true identity and the truth about cultivation online," the Lord said. A few moments later, Yuan could hear the sound of footsteps coming from the cave before him. "So he's finally showing his true self, huh?" Yuan patiently waited for the Lord to come out of his cave. Chapter 947, published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 947. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, HM. These footsteps sound too heavy for a human. Yuan quickly noticed this after hearing the Lord's footsteps. A few moments later, the footsteps stopped, but the Lord hadn't shown himself yet. Having second thoughts, Yuan asked him with a calm smile. "No, I'm just giving you some time to prepare yourself. My appearance, it might shock you." Yuan chuckled. "Let me guess, you're super ugly? This explains why you're holed up in that cave." "Insolence," the manager suddenly shouted. "I'm just joking. Anyways, there's no need to wait for me. I already know your true identity, after all." "Oh, you do?" The Lord sounded quite surprised. "Yes. Well, not exactly, but I know that you're not human. You're a divine beast, right? I don't know your species, but you're definitely a divine beast." After a moment of silence, the footsteps continued, and a large figure appeared from the cave. "How did you find out? And how long have you known?" The Lord asked as he came out of the cave for the first time in a very long time, revealing his massive figure. Yuan looked at the Lord's figure with his divine sense. The Lord was around 10 meters tall. His body resembled that of a tiger, and it was covered in a beautiful coat of thick, red fur, almost like a Tibetan mastiff. "Were you a tiger?" Yuan asked him in a calm voice. "I belong to the ancient mastiff's bloodline. Specifically, I am a blood mastiff." The Lord said, "Mastiff, so you're a dog? How dare you compare the bloodline of the blood mastiff to a mere dog?" The manager shouted at him again. The Lord laughed. "I thought you'd be more nervous or surprised. How unfortunate." Yuan shrugged. "I have met with plenty of divine beasts and already. How do blood mastiffs compare to phoenixes or dragons?" "Well, that depends on the grade of our bloodline in our race. Not all phoenixes and dragons are born equal. For example, there are over 10 different kinds of phoenixes, and the golden phoenix ranks 4th amongst all phoenixes. Meanwhile, dragons have over 100 different bloodlines, and the flood dragon is ranked 94th. The blood mastiff, while they cannot compare to the most powerful dragons and phoenixes out there, we are stronger than most phoenixes and dragons." "I see," Yuan mumbled, and he continued, "Anyway, I figured it out not long ago due to something Leah said." "Emmy," the manager exclaimed. The Lord narrowed his eyes and spoke. "Let me guess. You figured it out when she said that she couldn't learn demon sealing techniques." Yuan nodded. "That's right. All humans are capable of learning demon sealing techniques. The only beings that cannot learn them are magical beasts and divine beasts. He turned to face Leah and asked her, "Are you also a blood mastiff?" However, she refused to respond to him. You don't need to tell me if you don't want to. However, I am curious. If she can transform into a human and interact with other humans, why aren't you doing the same? Instead, you choose to stay up here. Yuan then asked. The Lord sighed. It's not that I don't want to transform into a human. I can't, at least not right now. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Why not? What's preventing you from doing so? I am currently maintaining a formation that requires immense spiritual energy. It's constantly absorbing my spiritual energy, so much so that I cannot even spare some to transform into a human. And before you ask, no, it's not the formation that conceals the peak of this mountain. In fact, this formation is more of a seal that's existing within my body. What does the formation do? It keeps this world alive. The Lord said, dumbfounding him. Huh? What do you mean? You see, there's a massive formation that surrounds this world. You cannot see it, but it's there. This formation is what's keeping this world from falling apart. If I deactivate the formation, this world will be destroyed. It is also my duty to keep this formation active at all times, and I've been doing this for millions of years. Yuan was speechless. What the Lord told him was beyond even his wildest imaginations. You must be wondering why this world is on the verge of destruction. The Lord spoke after a moment of silence. Yuan pondered and asked, does it have anything to do with cultivation online? Yes, it does. Since you already know that cultivation online, which takes place in the 9 heavens, exists out there, this will make explaining a lot easier. This world, known as Earth, used to be part of the 9 heavens, but it was separated during a massive war that not only removed Earth from the 9 heavens, but also created the 9 heavens at the same time. I don't get it. Yuan tilted his head. Well, you see, the 9 heavens wasn't always split into 9 different realms. The 9 heavens used to be one place. This means the lower heaven and all of the other heavens existed in the same plane, so you didn't need to ascend or descend. With that being said, since the world was so massive, the people made 9 different continents, and each continent was called first heaven, second heaven, third heaven, and so on. In case you're wondering, the 9 heavens used to be called the divine heaven. I see. Yuan mumbled as he digested the information. Anyways, Earth couldn't be part of the new 9 heavens because it was too small and had drifted too far away, and without the 9 heaven support, Earth could not support itself. Hence why the formation is required to keep this world in one piece. I'm surprised you're able to support this world with that cultivation. Yuan said, my cultivation dropped to peak Spirit Emperor only because of the seal in my body. My real cultivation is actually far higher. The Lord sighed. Yuan nodded. I understand the situation of our world and the 9 heavens, but what's the deal with cultivation online? What is its real purpose? I'm getting there. The Lord said. Chapter 948, published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 948. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. The truth about before I tell you about the truth about. Let me ask you this. Do you know how it works? How you can visit the 9 heavens through? The Lord asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. It obviously has something to do with the console we put on our head, but I have inspected it multiple times, even taking it apart. Despite that, I couldn't find anything special about it. I'm not surprised, since you don't have the means to see the formation. Formation? There's a formation in the console? Yes, and it's actually 2 different formations, both fairly powerful formations called the Soul Transference Array and the Spirit Avatar Array. The Soul Transference Array transfers a part of your soul to the 9 heavens, just enough so that your actual body doesn't become soulless and die, and the Spirit Avatar Array transforms your separated soul into an avatar, your character. This is why it feels so real, because it's a real world and you're there as a soul. Yuan frowned upon hearing this. Our soul? Isn't that really bad? If one soul is damaged, even in the slightest, it could really mess up a person's life and turn them brain dead. If our character is our soul, doesn't that mean all damages inflicted on the character will also be inflicted on our soul? Indeed, but you don't need to worry about that too much. While it's true that your character is made out of your soul, it's not entirely your soul. Unless you are hit by techniques specifically meant to damage one's soul, your soul won't get damaged. With that being said, if you die there's a high chance that your actual soul will be damaged. This is why when players die, many of them lose their ability to cultivate, both in and real life. The Lord explained. Of course, it's not guaranteed, hence why some people can still cultivate after they die. It is also the reason why even if you switch consoles, your character will remain the same. The heck? How dare you tell me to not worry about it too much? That's super worrisome. Which genius decided to put our souls at risk while hiding the fact? And for what reason? Yuan asked, feeling a little frustrated by the truth. The Lord took a deep breath and spoke. The Celestial Emperor. Huh? You mean the guy who rules over the 9 heavens? Why on earth would he do such a thing? Unfortunately, I do not know his intentions or goal. However, if I had to take a guess, I believe that he's trying to recruit talented people through. How do I know that you're telling the truth? Yuan suddenly said, and he continued, for all I know, you could be working for the Celestial Emperor. After all, how else would you know so much about cultivation online? I don't know what kind of person the Celestial Emperor is, nor do I know his purpose, but no matter his intentions, I do not agree with it. In fact, I would even say that I am against it. As much as I love cultivation online and am grateful to it, the Celestial Emperor is playing with our lives here, and he is doing so while keeping us in the dark about it. If you ask me, he's not a good guy. I can promise you that I am not working for the Celestial Emperor. However, I don't have any way to prove it to you, so you have to take my words for it. As someone who has lived in the 9 heavens before it was split into 9 different realms, it's only natural for me to know about the 9 heavens and earth. As for the truth about cultivation online, I knew it as soon as I saw the formations hidden within the consoles, and there is only one person in the 9 heavens who is capable of achieving such a feat, the Celestial Emperor. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Putting aside my trust for now, I have some questions. The people living within the 9 heavens, the ones we call an NPC, how come they don't find anything wrong with us? We come back to life after we're killed, and we can log in and off at will. Yet they all act as though it's completely natural. The Lord sighed. What I am about to say is only a theory, so I'm not 100% on it. But I believe that the Celestial Emperor had placed a curse on these people, making it so that they don't find anything wrong with it. Curses like this exist? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, there are plenty of curses out there that can alter a person's personality. So, something like this isn't too shocking if the Celestial Emperor is behind it all. The Lord nodded. With that being said, I don't think the curse is affecting everybody in the 9 heavens. There are powerful cultivators out there that surpass even the Celestial Emperor in terms of strength, so it's unlikely for these individuals to be cursed by him. Hearing this information, Yuan remembered something, the Great One. He knew that I didn't belong to the 9 heavens, and he even knew my real name. You know the Great One? The Lord looked at him with wide eyes. Not personally, but I have spoken with him once before, and ID even accepted his legacy. I see. Anyways, I have no doubt that the Great One isn't affected by the Celestial Emperor's curse. He's one of the most powerful beings in all of the 9 heavens, after all. The Lord spoke in an admiring tone. Is there anything we can do to remove this curse? If it's even a curse? Yuan then asked. I'm not sure, but you can try finding someone who is not affected by the curse and see if they can remove the curse. The Lord said, I see. That makes sense. Yuan nodded. Chapter 949, published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 949. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, traveling to the nine heavens. Now that you know about the connection between Earth and the nine heavens and the truth about, let's talk about the Dragon Spiral Mountain. The Lord said, "Have you ever thought about visiting the nine heavens?" Of course. Yuan immediately nodded his head. Well, the Dragon Spiral Mountain is actually a gateway to the nine heavens, meaning you can travel to the nine heavens. Really? Yuan shouted in excitement. It isn't a very long time since he was this excited about something. Yes, but it cannot be done now. The gateway to the nine heavens is a two-way portal, meaning that both gates must be activated in order for it to work. While I can activate the gate in this world, we will need someone to open the gate in the nine heavens. If you can do that, you will be able to travel to the nine heavens with your real body. Where can I find the gate in the nine heavens? Yuan eagerly asked. I'm not exactly sure myself, but it should be somewhere between the fourth heaven and the seventh heaven. That's 3 realms of possibilities. Are you telling me to search every nook and cranny of these realms? Yuan exclaimed. You won't spend that much effort on looking because the name of the gate in the nine heavens is the same as the one in this world. Dragon Spiral Mountain. Ask the right people and you'll find it right away. I see. By the way, what will happen if I travel to the nine heavens with my real body? What will happen to my character? Nothing. Your character will remain active even if you go there with your real body. In fact, that essentially means you will have 2 bodies in that world, one made of flesh and one made of your soul. Oh, I should have mentioned this before when we were on the subject, but when you log off, your soul doesn't return to you. Your character just loses its physical form and returns to being a soul, which is invisible to one's eyes. Huh? Does that mean my soul isn't in one piece even now? Yuan quickly asked. Indeed, your current body contains only about 10% of your soul, and the other 90% is currently in the nine heavens where you last logged off. No fucking way. Is that why I find it much harder to learn techniques in this world? Because I only have 10% of my soul? That is correct. My impressions of this celestial emperor is decreasing with every passing moment. Yuan sighed. Wait, is this also why despite cultivating it doesn't affect our real body? What will happen if I regain all of my soul? Will I gain all of the cultivation it has gathered? He then asked. Indeed, if you reabsorb your soul, you will gain everything it has learned and acquired, and this includes its cultivation and skills. The Lord confirmed. Then how come some of the treasures affect our real body? Treasures affect one's soul differently. Even if the soul is separated, as long as you nourish one part of the soul, the other part will also receive the benefits. Don't ask me how it works. It just does. Then I want to ask about the gate. How do I activate it? Yuan asked a moment later. The gate is actually a formation, a level 7 formation. If you want to activate it, you'll need to become a level 7 array master. The Lord said, level 7. Once you're capable of activating level 7 arrays and formations, I will teach you how to activate the gate. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Sounds good. Yuan nodded. Any more questions? Of course. I still have tons. However, the one I want answers to the most right now would be this one. You mentioned that our souls will not be harmed unless our character dies or it suffers a technique meant for the soul. I want you to elaborate on that. The Lord nodded and spoke. There are techniques out there that directly inflicts damage on one's soul. Such techniques are incredibly rare and valuable, perhaps the rarest kind of technique out there. However, they exist, and if you're struck by such an attack, it could shatter your soul, and 90% of your soul will disappear. Yuan swallowed nervously. Is there any way to combat these techniques? The Lord shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, the only way to defend against techniques that damage one's soul is to have a soul that's strong enough to endure the attack. And in order to strengthen your soul, you must practice soul-tempering techniques, but such techniques are as rare as soul-attacking techniques. That will be the stats Soul Strength in Cultivation Online, correct? Yuan asked, as he remembers hearing about them from Xiaohua. Indeed. There are only two ways to improve your soul strength: by cultivating soul tempering techniques or by consuming treasures. Yuan turned silent for a moment before speaking. Then how come my soul strength increases alongside my cultivation? I have never cultivated any soul tempering techniques, nor do I recall consuming any treasures with such effect. What? Is that true? That your soul strength increases when you increase your cultivation? The Lord appeared to be greatly shocked after hearing his words. Yes, it's true. The Lord's eyes flickered with countless emotions. Do you happen to know your bloodline? He suddenly asked. Yuan nodded. It's called the Immortal Monarch Bloodline. Do you know of it? Immortal Monarch Bloodline. The Lord's legs nearly gave out on him after hearing this familiar name. Even the manager appeared to be quite shocked by it. So you do know something about it. This is great. I know nothing about my bloodline, so tell me everything you know, Yuan said with a smile on his face, his excitement growing once again. The Immortal Monarch. To think I'd meet his descendant here. If this isn't fate. The Lord sighed inwardly. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.